Hello, everybody. Okay, so hold on just a second. Well, never mind. Um, sorry. Hold on just a second. Oops. Everybody, welcome. Let me see your comments here. Okay. I missed a call, but anyway, what I'm going to do is I don't want anybody to grab this link. He's probably waiting. Chris, I apologize. I'll put the link in here, and nobody's going to get on stage except for Chris Proudfoot. Chris, look in the audience and grab this link. Just give me 1 minute. Okay, hold on a minute. Okay. I'm not letting anybody else up except Chris, because I was over on, and I'm sorry I didn't say hello to everybody else. Hey, Katie. Um, okay, so y'all can grab that link. I had to drop it in the chat because I'm sorry I don't know how to send it to the phone or to the messenger. So there it is right there. Everybody in chat, I'm going to ask you to be polite. Just let me get through this, please. And I appreciate you all being here. Chris told me he wanted to come on here, so okay. Okay. All right. Can you just show me your face? You can cover it back up if you will. I mean, I know it's really you, but because you called, but can you just show me your face, and then you can put your screen back down if you want to before you go up. It says, oh, the device is not connected. That's what it's showing. Device is not connected. It might take a minute because the device is not connected. All right, I sent another link. I don't know if they have to go out and come back in or what, but the device is not connected. It's not showing connected. Okay, are you there now? Can you show me your face? Oh, there you are. Thank you. Okay, I see Katie. Hold on. Hi.
Hello.
Okay. I'm kind of surprised, but thank you and welcome for coming up here. I appreciate that. How are you feeling today?
Pretty terrible, to be honest with you. 24 days in, and there's a bunch of horrible things being said and a bunch of misinformation being spread, and my son is still missing. And so it's horrible. There's not a better word for it, to be honest with you.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I'm glad you come up here, and I will, I asked my chat to please be respectful, and I will let you say what you feel. And, again, I wasn't expecting this, but you're more than welcome to say what you feel. And if it's okay, I would like to ask some questions, but I would like to talk about Sebastian, and, maybe we could just start there. Would that be okay?
Yeah, I think Chris is still trying to join as well.
Okay. I didn't know if he was, I didn't know.
A lot of people are accusatory when we speak. Oh, it's a lie. Oh, it's not us. And
Yeah.
the
Well,
truth is no matter what any of y'all think, I didn't do anything to my son. My husband didn't do anything to my son. We love him dearly, and we are doing everything that we can to try and find him and bring him home. And his father loves him dearly as well.
well, there's a lot of questions that people have and a lot of what ifs. And, I know sometimes it's tough. I mean, I've seen a lot of cases like this, and I know I, you know, I wouldn't want to be in your shoes. Let me say that. I would not want to be in your shoes.
I wouldn't want anybody to have to be in my shoes, to be honest with you. It's nothing any parent should ever have to go through.
Right, right. Um, you know, I've seen in my own family, you know, I've actually had a runaway and I ended up murder, and I know it's not the same. It's not my child. Although I have lost a child, and this is not about me, it's about Sebastian. But I will tell you, nobody should have to sit in your shoes. There's not words that I can say. But also, I do have an autistic son, and I know many do. I'll drop her link again. I'm dropping it again. I think she's having a bad signal. I don't know where she's at. She may be where she can't get the signal good. Here she is back. Okay, Katie. Okay, there you go. Sorry about that. And you may have a bad signal somewhere. I don't know if you're having like rain or anything, but it keeps going in and out, but that's okay. But anyway, you know, the main thing is people just have a lot of questions and just trying to make sense of everything. And you're here. Okay, Chris, I'm dropping the link again. I told nobody not to get it but you. Here you go, sir. Oh, drop again. Sorry. There you go. If you'll just click on that. But I do, you know, still with anything that we personally go through, there's nothing, it's not the same. And I understand that. And so I am very sorry. I'm very sorry for you all three of you. I can feel when his dad talks, Seth, I can feel that pain. And you know, it's just different. I'm not trying again to accuse, like I said, anybody. I'm just trying to make sense of everything. And that's all I can say. I can't be fake. I have to be honest, you know.
Well,
So
it's your opinion and you're entitled to it, obviously, but I can tell you that the pain that his father and I, and even my husband, are feeling right now is immeasurable, to be honest with you. And I have never in my life would I have ever dreamed that this would be a reality.
yes, ma'am. I don't think anybody ever thinks this will happen to them. Hey, Chris.
Hey,
Yeah, you you surprised me calling me. You surprised me calling me, but I'm glad I could bring you on and you know, hopefully, you know, talk about this. A lot of people's just interested. I know it's irritating, and um I know it's irritating. Me included. I know I am too, but we're just all there's no we all have opinions, and there's no stone we can leave unturned. We have to think outside the box. And I know it's irritating to y'all. I know it's irritating to everybody, but we all want Sebastian found. And you know, I just told Katie, you know, we just have to go with we all have our opinions, and they may not always be good, but you know, my heart's in the right place. But go ahead and um I'll let you start or whatever you want to do.
so there's time too. Do me a favor. I got to drop out of this. I got to make a phone call real quick, and I will be back. This is my
Okay.
call. I don't
Okay.
care. I don't miss this phone call because it's my daughter.
No, you go
I will
ahead.
come
Go ahead.
back and hang tight. Give me about 5-10 minutes. I'll be right back.
You're fine. You're fine. We'll be here.
Is that
Yeah.
good?
You're still okay, hold on.
Hello?
That's me. I'm gonna knock you off for a minute. You just come back when you're ready. Okay. So I think he's on mute. Okay. So
And
Katie,
that'll clarify that side of the question everybody's been asking. No, he does not have a restraining order from his daughter. He speaks to her, just to go ahead and clear that one out, because I know there's been a lot of talk about that as well.
yeah. So I mean, he still speaks to her on the phone, as y'all see.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Our little girl is precious and loved, just like Sebastian.
yeah. So somebody's wanting to know, that question's come up a couple of times, and I don't mean to be rude. I'm just going to ask that. I have saw it. Like, do y'all? Do you not call her y'all's daughter, since y'all call him y'all's son?
We do, and a lot of people are reading into it. It's just how we talk. Our boy, our girl, my son, my daughter, his son, his daughter. I mean, they're our children, but our children also have other parents as well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, both of our children have more than just two parents.
Yeah. And I know you probably have been asked this on several channels. Y'all have been on several channels. Is there a reason that Chris hasn't seen him since? I know it had to do with the work, but like, why did he say he hadn't seen Sebastian since the 1st of February?
Because that's the truth. He hadn't seen him since the beginning of February.
I mean, is there a reason for that?
He's working 3.5 hours away. He don't come home after work.
So was he, I mean, and I'm just wondering, like, was he gone for like 3 weeks or 2.5 weeks or something like that?
He'd been gone since the beginning of February was the last time he was actually home. Christopher was actually home. And yes, he did see Sebastian when he come home.
Okay.
It's, it's just part of it when you work away, you see each other when
Yeah,
you can, but he doesn't. It's a lot to travel back and forth all the time. Like, that's not a trip that you can make, to and from every day by any means.
oh, I get that. That's not something you want to do every day. That would take up your whole time. Um, but did he never come home on the weekends, like when you had Sebastian or anything like that?
Well, yeah, that's why he saw him in the beginning of February, but it wasn't every weekend
Okay.
because
Oh,
he works on weekends too a lot, so he can't just come home every weekend. But when he can, he does. He comes home and sees him because
yeah.
they have a pretty good relationship.
Did he talk on the phone with Sebastian while he was at work?
He does. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Um,
He wants to see if you can drop the link again. I think it
oh,
got
okay.
deleted in chat.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Here we go.
I
Paste.
know they talk regularly.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. All right, there we go.
A lot of people have their opinions, but Sebastian's got a good bond with both dads.
Yeah. I think I'm trying to make sure I drop it again because I want to make sure he sees it. I'm not fancy like everybody else, so I just need to make sure get it down there. That's what I was doing, was watching to see if he was coming. Oh, there he is. Look, watching over here. Okay, I'm watching over there. Okay, so where do you want to start at, Chris? I was just asking little simple questions, or whatever about your work and stuff. Like, did you talk to Sebastian and stuff like that? But basically, I know it's a 3.5 hour drive. You was at work. Is there a reason that okay, so are you working now, or are you just taking off or anything like that, like for a certain amount of time?
So is this to me?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. So are you asking me that, or is one of your
No,
people?
I'm asking you that. I just wondered,
Okay.
like, if you, I was just wondering, like, if you, like, are you, in fact, I'll turn my chat off for just a minute so I don't get
No,
preoccupied.
don't turn your chat off. Leave it on. It's fine.
Okay.
I
No,
mean, that way you can get all these questions coming in because, like I said, I told you, I gave you my word. I'd come on your show. I would answer questions. People ask the questions, but keep in mind, like I told y'all from the very beginning, I'm brash, I'm direct, but I'm respectful, and I ask for the same in everybody else.
yeah, and I told them a while ago, just please be respectful because I wasn't expecting this. Like, please be respectful, y'all,
So,
because
so one thing right now, I'm gonna tell you right now, really irks me with some of these folks that want to follow these YouTube, and I'm very honest about this. Somebody says I won't talk to men. It's
I
not that
said
I
that
don't want to
too.
talk.
I
Right.
said
It's not that I don't want to talk to men. I have talked to more law enforcement men agencies in the past 24 days than I've probably ever talked to my entire life. Same thing goes for women. So, no, I don't have a problem talking to a man or talking to a woman. I appreciate everybody's assumptions or concerns, innuendos, whatever they want to be. But at the same time, I vet who I talk to. I'm not just going to open up and talk to anybody. Um, and I will put this out there. JLR, everybody wants me to talk to this guy. Explain to me, Smiley, you probably have a better understanding of this. Explain to me why I should talk to JLR.
um I just really wish you would because he does go out everywhere and he wants the truth. I mean, and he may not get the truth out of you, but I have seen him literally go in places deep, like scary places, and like really just try to get the truth and try to like follow people that's just taking him in the woods or whatever, show him places, whatever that he didn't know from Adam. He goes from one place to another. He may be on a plane to Mexico. Next time he might be in California, whatever. And, you know, I mean, he's grown a lot. I just think a lot of people don't give him a chance. That's just my honest opinion. I've
Right.
said,
Do you know why people don't want to give this man a chance?
well, go ahead and tell me. I mean, I want your opinion.
So I'm going to tell you my personal opinion.
Okay.
Okay. This is my personal opinion. This is nobody else's, not my wife's, not anybody else's, my personal opinion.
Okay.
So I did my due diligence and I read up on Jonathan Lee Rich. Excuse me. I've read up on him. Not necessarily the best character in the world. When you start reading and the first thing comes up, everything that you can find on this individual. Now, I don't know him, Adam from Eve. I really don't. He don't know me, Adam from Eve. But when he opens his mouth and goes out there and starts spreading lies, and yes, lies, because unless you got hardcore evidence that I'm an abusive husband, abusive father, I've got a restraining order against me, unless you got proof, don't open your mouth because it's real simple. I don't have any of that. Good luck finding it. I've never lied to y'all. I've been open and honest. People don't like my answers, so people want to come back with their own assumptions. And I'm so sorry that I can't open up and give you every little piece of evidence and every little detail that we know. I am terribly sorry. It sucks because when it does and it can come out, my only question to everybody else is, when are you going to start issuing public apologies? That's not to you. That is to everybody that wants to come out and badmouth people that don't understand and don't have a clue what's going on. And I think that's pretty fair.
Yeah, I can understand that. But let me ask you this.
Yes, ma'am.
If um if somebody has over 100,000 people, why do you care what their past is or what they say if they can help you get Sebastian's name out?
So when you and I'll be honest with you, I've heard some of yours, and the
mhm.
toxicity that comes out of what you guys projected about me has only toxified everybody else that puts in a lead or says, well, check out the stepfather, do this, do that, call law enforcement, check this out, do this. You take a body, every time something gets reported, a body comes away from the investigation to vet because they are required to do so. And it sucks because the same answers are the same across the board. Why they won't come out and tell in the public eye, hey, all three parents have been completely vetted. All three parents have been, questioned. All of this. Why they won't come out and say it? I understand to a point. I do. But it sucks at the same time because it's extremely hurtful that me, my wife, and Seth have to live in this life, even when this is over. However it ends, we have to live this life, not everybody else.
Quite frankly, Sebastian's going to find out what everybody's been saying about his parents, and I can't even imagine how distraught he's going to be, but we have to find him.
I mean, and it sucks.
Yeah, you have to find him, and that's the most important thing.
Yes.
The rest is going to fall into place later, but the most important thing is he has to be found, and he has to be found regardless. Period.
I want to just side note, he's not clapping, y'all.
He's not what?
People keep saying that he's clapping. He's not clapping. That's just background noise.
Oh, I don't hear any. Yeah, y'all.
Some people have heard they're clapping it, and that's fine. Yes, I'm currently working.
Yeah, y'all.
Now, where understand people, where I work is really nobody's business. And I would hope you would respect that because I'm not this criminal. I'm not this monster that everybody wants to believe. But I do believe in privacy and respect, and it goes both ways.
Yeah, I don't feel anybody should be going to anybody's job or anything like that. No, I don't feel anything like that. But as far as JLR, I mean, that's up to you who you speak with or anything like that. I do appreciate you holding up to your bargain, speaking to me. Some of the harder questions, it has nothing to do with you, but I'm just saying, as far as all that has nothing to do with you. It's just a matter of how I put it to every case that I care about, and there's no reason to be angry about it. It's just something, whether it's me, you, or whoever, and that happens to. Look, I had a grandson that went missing for a couple of hours here not very long ago, back last year, and I know how that feels. And we can sit and say this happened, this happened, and this one don't know, and whatever. But I'm very passionate about these. I've been through a lot of tragedies that a lot of these people that are my subs don't know that I've been through, and a lot I have told them. But I understand mine is not yours. I understand that, but I'm very passionate. I'm very passionate about Sebastian, and I do have to ask these questions, and they're questions you don't like. And whether you're in here,
no, it's not that I don't like them. I don't want anybody to start thinking that there's not questions I don't like. I've told y'all from the very beginning, I welcome all of your questions. The only thing is because of an ongoing investigation, there are certain things that we are not and have been told by law enforcement, do not get into specifics because it could jeopardize the investigation. People don't like that, and I am sorry. I'm speaking for myself. I'm not going to speak for my wife. I'm not going to speak for Sebastian's father, Seth, his mother, his sister, or anybody for that matter. But I do welcome the hard questions. I do.
well,
And I'm okay with it. And for the record, I don't have a problem talking with JLR or anybody else. Now, if you're one of these shows that are for profit, you want to talk, you go out and publicly announce it publicly that any money that you make on the show, as long as me and my wife are involved, that money gets directly posted to signs, flyers or billboards to help find our son, I'll do it. But if it's for personal gain, it ain't happening.
Yeah, I just went out today. I mean, I take money off my own stuff. I just went out today and got a bunch of flyers, and I suggested with, because Seth wanted, I heard him on another show. But anyway, I suggested same thing I did with Summer Wells. Every time you mail something out, get it in the mail, send it out with bills, send it to whoever you write to, do whatever. I'm very passionate about that. I'm very passionate about boots on the ground, going out, handing out the flyers. I don't care if they get thrown in the trash, whatever, 5 minutes later. They see the picture, they see the photo. As long as they see and say, and take a glance at it, there is a chance for me. They to read or something, say something, whatever. And, but nobody is going to dictate my money, because let me tell you something. I've been in this for, 3 years now, banging my head against the wall, being called everything, drug here, drug there, with this stupidity stuff, doing Summer Wells, and not ask for a penny. And I figured, well, if you can't beat them, join them. Meaning, first I did it to put my Cash App up for a point one day, and then I took it back down. And the next thing, I'm just like, no. They're like, you need to monetize. I'm like, you're right. I'm going broke. Trying to just keep the word out or whatever. Like somebody just gave me $10. I spent that today in gas and going and getting flyers and doing whatever just on Sebastian. That's where I knew you just said that. So
right, but that you're not monetizing on. You're utilizing it to do something to put it forward.
Right.
If those people who want to pocket money, on the other hand, I'm not about pocket. I'm not lining your pockets.
Right. No,
and
I get that.
I'm going to be very respectful, because I don't want to say it like I would normally say it, but I tell everybody, well, no, because if there are some folks that don't like cussing.
Well,
but understand something, and I'm respectful about it, because I'm being positive here. But if you don't feed me, finance me, or sleep with me, I don't owe anything to anybody at that point.
Well, I think we kind of think of it there, and
See?
I don't. Yeah, I agree there, and that brings me to say, hey, you should not care what people think. But JLR, back to him again, and I hate to keep bringing him up because you're on here and I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you, and I want
that's fine, isn't it?
Not JLR, but what I want to say is one other thing you have to take in consideration, him going to all these places, not just to help Sebastian, but all these other people. That's not free. You got to remember that that's not free. So I'm just saying.
Right, but if I'm on his show, we're talking about my son's case.
Mm-hmm.
I understand. There is a situation of my son, not everybody else's. And I know he's doing his thing, and I appreciate it. What I don't appreciate is some of the stuff he does put out there that he when I've asked the guy, I said, do you have proof? Do you have physical evidence that I am anything what you say?
Right.
And he doesn't. So then keep my name out of your mouth.
Right.
It's real simple.
And then you don't want him, like if he does this, because he's there now, so you don't want him. And I don't know, I'm not going to talk to him on the phone or anything. I don't do that. But I just like what he does. But so I'm just asking, because he'll hear this. So are you, and you don't want him to monetize on that, he's talking about your son, correct?
Yeah, if he's going to monetize, take that money, go buy flyers, go buy yard signs, put it on the billboards.
Okay. All right.
I mean, and that's fair. I'm asking. He wants me on the show. That's fine. Then I want a public acknowledgement that you're going to donate every dollar that you make off of my son's show to finding him.
Okay.
That's fair.
Yeah. Okay, and I get that. I get that. Now, can I say one other thing? Because
Yes, ma'am.
before we kind of get started, and
Yes, ma'am.
the only reason is because fair's fair, and I want
Yes.
to say this. And I said I would treat you fair, and I will. I try to treat everybody. I do try to treat everybody. Now, whether I have opinions or I don't, none of that matters. Okay, but I want to say this. Like my heart really hurts for Seth. It really does. It hurts for you. It hurts for Katie. It hurts for everybody because no matter what happened. Now listen. No matter what happened, don't jump on me yet. I'm not finished with my statement.
Oh, I'm not. You're fine.
If it was an accident, if it was he walked off, if he crawled, if it was no matter what it was,
Right.
I feel for everybody. Okay, I feel for everybody. But this is just it's insane. It's insane. I feel for Seth, but I feel for all of you, but I can feel his pain so much more. But what I feel for is I do feel for his mom, and I'm going to say this when she said, "Can y'all stop or ask Chris to stop saying that that's his son because it's not, and it kills Seth, even though he don't say anything." I just wanted to say what you had to say about that.
Well, let's put it this way. I'm a stepdad
Mm-hmm.
to a 15-year-old young man. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I came in Sebastian's life roughly, he was like 7, 8-ish. And I helped raise him, and I still help raise him. And I have a daughter, since everybody wants to know, who lives with my ex-wife out in New Mexico. Her
Mm-hmm.
mother has another man that lives with her. Now, whether or not they're married, I don't know. That's not my business personally. Okay.
Yeah.
Last time I checked, they were not married, but my daughter refers to him as daddy. Now, what does a child calling a person got to do with anything? Because as long as a child is being correctly raised and not hurt and loved, then what does it matter? He's my stepson. He does not call me dad. He does not call me father. He doesn't say it. He calls me Mr. Chris.
I will
I have
say this.
always left that open for him. He does not have to call me anything he does not want to, except for late for dinner, because that ain't happening.
Right. Right. Okay.
Even Seth calls Chris his dad, his stepdad.
Right.
So his
All
mother has her
yeah,
opinions, and that's that.
and unfortunately, I hate that family disputes. And I don't care if what it is. When something in your life becomes so publicized and it's so dramatic, people find a way to turn and find ways to just make it the worst thing even worse. Just because, and it sucks. It truly sucks.
I personally think we should all be working together to find Sebastian because Sebastian is an awesome person who deserves to be home.
Katie, let me ask you, the night of Sunday night, when you said there was a noise, what type of noise do you think that was that you heard?
I'm not honestly sure. It sounded like he was messing with stuff in his room, which was not uncommon, which is why I said, "Hey, I don't know what you're doing in there, but you're supposed to go to sleep."
Okay. So you didn't check on him at that time, but did you check on him at midnight? Did you flip the light on and look to see if he was in the bed at midnight when you got up to go to bed?
No, and because I didn't have any reason to. When he was little, I used to check on him all the time, but he's older now and he's 15, and y'all can figure out why a mother may not want to necessarily pop into a teenage boy's room unexpectedly.
Yeah. Let's see. Well, when when Seth said that when he came, that everything was in pristine condition except for his room. Like, I know that the LE was there, and he said that the LE was there. Well, I mean, what did he mean by that? Was that just like the bed was unmade, or where you looked under things, or was it like what did he mean by that?
Sebastian's room is always a little bit messy, but even more so with all the people coming in, all the law enforcement coming in and looking through things, me looking through things, like everybody was searching everything.
So I have a question then real quick. So
Yeah.
you're asking that question, is that because there's somebody's trying to insinuate that we tried to cover something up because the house was clean? Or
No.
I
It's
mean,
just
and please understand why I'm asking that question, because whether my house is dirty or clean really doesn't matter. But okay, I'm just trying to understand this.
okay. Well, I'll explain it to you. It's
Okay.
because I have a son that is autistic. He's 28 now, but I know it's all different types of children on the autism spectrum, but they like stuff in order. And so I was just wondering, um, like, I was just trying to think back, and I'm just wondering, like, what did Seth mean by that? Like, was it just because the bed was messed up? And then I know the cop, like doing these cases and stuff, I know the cops. So, I mean, it's not like you have to get paranoid that I ask you that. It's just, I was asking that because I was thinking back on things, not only personally, but because I was just trying to make sense of, and then when Katie said, well, it was just his room's out of order and stuff, I'm just thinking, well, some kids, maybe they do, if they're autistic, I don't know. I just asked that question. When I ask
So
questions, I just listen. Let me just tell you this: when I ask questions, you don't have to necessarily look. I'm not the police, okay? And you don't have to worry about how I ask questions. It's just I also work for a retention center for 11 years, and it was my job to retain people and think outside the box. And that's what I do. It's a habit. So there's
right.
that.
So me asking that question back is
Mhm.
because you've got a lot of viewers. I'm not saying your viewers. So let's make that super clear so that viewers don't get that construed with anything. But there's so many people out there with their insinuations, and because you asked that question, it would not surprise me to see a comment. Well, that's because they cleaned the house before the cops got there. Trust me, we have seen it all, heard it all. People are putting stuff out there that is completely obtuse from the truth, and it is ridiculous. That's
Yeah.
why I asked that question.
Yeah. Well, you can ask me anything you want. I mean, I don't mind explaining why I asked. I just don't want you to think I'm asking things in nefarious ways. I'm just simply asking. I'm trying to think because I have been sitting here thinking for days, and I have my own things, and sometimes they have not been good. I'll just be straight up honest with you because I'm not going to be fake and try to hide anything or whatever. You said yourself you've seen things that I said. I was not too happy the other night when somebody took my question and asked you, and that was a personal question when you said and I didn't like how you answered it, to be frank with you. I didn't
What did I say? Do you remember what it was, please?
It was something about I was pretty hurt about that myself, and I didn't like that because you knew it was coming, but I didn't ever expect it was coming from somebody else, but they did that because they was butthurt at me anyway. But that's okay. It's okay. It's not about me fighting with anybody else. It's about Sebastian here. And I just didn't I just felt some kind of type of way because it's the way you answered it, and you already had it in your private messages. But none of that matters. What matters is Sebastian, and I want to know. Tell me, Chris. Can you tell me about the snake? Tell me about the snake. Why did you get rid of the snake, or y'all got or decided together, or tell me about the snake? I
Okay,
understand
so right.
anymore.
So to answer your question about the snakes, I'll start at the beginning of the snakes. So I viewed long time ago. I actually used to breed reptiles, snakes, gargoyle, reptile, all kinds of stuff. You name it, just about reptiles. I used to breed it. Love reptiles, one of my favorite things.
Mhm.
In California, we actually had a snake. That They had a bearded dragon. It died.
Mhm.
But we wound up getting a snake. Well, Sebastian liked it.
They is me and Bubba. We had a beardy.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Right.
But we had a salmon boa. Sebastian liked the idea of having a snake. Well,
Oh, he loved that thing.
he's never had one that was his snake, his own snake.
Mhm.
Um, Now, mind you, when I do something, I go all in. I don't half-ass do it. So, purchased. However, I've got friends that are in the world still that are in that business, and we all chit chat um, and I wind up coming across. Basically, I had like about 30 snakes at one given time.
Mhm.
All of them were ball pythons.
Mhm.
I didn't have anything retic. I didn't have anything massive, poisonous, or anything like that. Well, Sebastian was infatuated with one of the snakes that one of the breeders I deal with had. And it's the picture that the snake that you see in the picture that's wrapped around his arm. That
Yeah.
is his personal pastel ball python named Brownie. That is his personal snake. He loved them. Um, the downside, like it got to a point with work, with mom's work, my work, and I told Sebastian, I said, having a snake means responsibilities. You're going
Mhm.
to clean it. You're going to have to feed it. You're going to water it. You're going to do all that stuff.
And he
If you
actually
don't,
did.
He what, Katie?
I said, and he did for a little while.
And then he stopped.
yeah. And
Yeah.
and parenting is, and I think everybody understands this. When you're a parent, you're not your kid's best friends. You're not. That's not what your job is. Your job is to be a parent. And I told Sebastian, if you don't, she's gone. And he thought I was kidding. Nope. So when I got rid of one, I got rid of them all. Now, when I say got rid of them, a friend of mine, local in Nashville, he got them because he's a good breeder, great guy. And he's like, if you ever want him, come get him, blah, blah, blah. I was like, all right, man, appreciate it. But right now, he's not doing what he's supposed to do. So right now we're not just hang tight with him. So we got rid of the snakes.
So did his dad not want him, or you couldn't take him to his dad's or anything so he could see them when they're there? I just wondered.
No, his
Well,
dad couldn't take him.
well, his dad wasn't gonna take 30 snakes. I mean, because 30 snakes, you're talking a big old rack, um, all kinds of stuff. I mean, and you've got to deal with the food, which is going to be rats and things like that.
Yeah.
People, people don't want to deal with that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a question. I mean, I know I wouldn't. It's just a question. It was a question because I wondered, like, I could tell in the picture he really liked it. So that was one of his, pets, and so I just wondered. Um,
I mean, to
like,
this day, I call him my buddy.
mhm.
If Sebastian wants to go, I can call him up. We'll head over to his snake, his big old snake. He's got a building full of them, and that's where ours are. And
Yeah,
he's like, if you want to see him, just come on over, man. Whatever, just call me up. Cool.
yeah.
It's
It wasn't like he would never get to see it again. It was just,
right.
yeah,
Lessons have to be taught. I'm a very firm believer. It is what it is. Is it always gone forever? No, not necessarily. But you're going to earn it back. It's not just going to be handed to you.
How did you discipline him since he, how did you discipline?
Sebastian, in general,
Yeah.
well, that depends. The punishment has to fit the crime, so to speak. I'll give you an example. Cleaning his room,
Mhm.
and people are going to make me sound like I'm so horrible. But I promise you, folks, you try this with your kids one time, and you won't ever have a problem with this again. So if you tell them to clean their room and they go in there and they clean their room, well, they say come out, well, it's clean. And you go in there and you go to check their room and the room's not clean. Okay. Thought I told you to clean this room. You told us the room is clean, did you not? Well, yes, sir. Okay. Now I'm going to clean your room. And you know exactly what that means. I go in and I go grab a trash bag. I walk back in that bedroom. If it's on the floor and it's not supposed to be on the floor, it's not picked up and put in the right places, goes in the trash bag. If it's not important enough for you to take care of and pick up, I'll take care of it for you. Throw in the trash bag. Tie it up. I've done this to him twice. One time, Mom talked me out of it. The other time, Sebastian, here's the bag. Go put it in the trash can. And then you're going to take the trash can to the street. And after that, Sebastian, did you clean your room? Well, your mom told you to clean your room. Did you clean the room? Yes or no? Well, yes, sir. Is it clean the way it's supposed to be? Well, no, sir. Then I suggest you go back in there and clean it, or I'm coming in there in the next 10 minutes and I'm cleaning. Yes, sir. Hauls butt to that bedroom, and by God, that room is clean the way it's supposed to be. Now, it sounds crazy, but I promise you, you try it with your kids, man, your kids will be like, oh my God, they ain't kidding. It works amazing.
Do you feel like that he was ever a burden at all on you or your relationship, either one of you?
Was my stepson a burden in my marriage?
Yeah.
No.
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 Um,
The burden, so what has always been a struggle, and anybody who's married and has, you're a step parent, okay, that struggle of
that's a
being able
struggle
to,
itself.
yes, very much. And then you've got discipline on top of it, and what you can do, what you can't do with, because you've got the other parent and this parent. That's always a struggle. When you can get on the same page with each other,
Mm-hmm.
and finally everybody understands it,
Right.
man, it is a beautiful picture. Beautiful. Now, am I saying everything's sunshine and rainbows? No, it's not.
Right.
But it ain't high tides and tsunamis either.
So if you and his mom ever argued, and that's in every marriage, like, would Sebastian ever jump between y'all?
Like physically?
Yeah.
No.
We don't fight and yell and scream or any of that like violent type stuff. We tend to take it behind closed door in our bedroom and have a conversation because the children should never be exposed to that. That's between us, not them.
And first off, like this, I'm going to make this real clear, crystal clear. I was always raised, you never strike a woman. And
But
I have
has
taught that to Sebastian. You will never strike a woman,
Mhm.
period.
And I'm not accusing you of so, but again, uh, Seth has said that Katie, and again, I'm sorry, Katie, that again there was a time, and this is a long. People can change, but
Right.
again, it's been said that Katie has struck Seth, and that again, that's a long. I wasn't there, so
No.
And I wasn't there either, for the record. So
yes, so maybe Katie should answer this. I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe Katie should just answer
no.
this.
That, oh Lord, no. That is a whole nother thing that happened back then.
Yeah. Well, that's what brought me to my question. So I was just wondering if, Sebastian stepped in. And then I had heard at another place where Seth had said Sebastian would step in, and I didn't even know if he was talking about that or not because I heard about that separate, that Sebastian would step in and say, you know, don't do this to my dad or whatever. And he could be talking about something totally different. But, you know, again, I have to think and think all kinds of things in my head. So did Sebastian have tantrums at all? And
When
this is
Oh
his
yeah, yeah. I mean,
yeah.
he's a kid. I mean, it's even when I came in the picture. I mean, his tantrums were pretty bad.
Mhm.
I mean, to the point. I mean, So I'm not. I'm not dragging Seth, his mom, his sister, my wife. I'm not dragging people through the mud. So what is in the past is the past, and that really needs to die. And I'm saying that for everybody to hear, to include all parties involved with this situation. The past is a past that needs to die. Let it be. Um, but
They
at
keep
the
saying
same
who's
time,
Rachel. So they keep saying who's Rachel. So you want to answer that before you tell them to let the
yes,
past
yes.
die?
Okay. So I got no problem. Rachel
That,
is my
that
third.
intrigued me. I didn't know about Rachel. So
No. So here, let me. I'll make this easy for you. So I've been married 5 times. I'm on my fifth wife, and she's gonna say you're final. So let me make that clear. She's probably gonna yell at me later that I didn't say final. But I've been married 5 times. Okay. First time, her name was Vanessa. Second time, her name was Stephanie. Third time, her name is Rachel. Fourth time, her name is Nina. And I'll
okay,
gladly answer any questions in any of my marriage. Out of the 4 ex-wives, 3 of them to this day, I can actually pick up the phone, call, and we can have conversations. That's how good it is.
okay,
My fourth ex-wife, which is the one I have with my daughter, sometimes we can have cordial conversations, sometimes we cannot. I will make that pause, like, and leave that there. That's why we go to court.
they keep saying something about the story of Rachel. What is the story of Rachel?
The story of Rachel.
Maybe
Um,
maybe how y'all met and maybe how long did y'all? I don't know. Maybe I don't know. This is the first time I'm hearing about Rachel because I haven't dug in that deep into anything. I don't know. Like, how long was y'all married, maybe, and how was your relationship? Do y'all have any kids? I don't know.
no,
I'm just
no. I have one biological child in this world. One. That was my fourth wife.
okay.
The story with Rachel's real simple. We met. Um, we were all friends. We shared an apartment together. It was a 2 bedroom, 2 bath. And somehow or another, we wound up starting a relationship. Like things just happened. I mean, whatever. So we
Yeah.
got married. And Rachel took a job where she was working down in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, as a
Hmm.
civilian. And while she was down in Guantanamo Bay, I guess promiscuity got the best of her and she decided to be unfaithful.
Hmm.
We ended that relationship. Um, she went back to Cuba. I packed up the house. I put all her stuff in a storage unit. Gave one of her friends that lived in the area the key, told her the combo, set up the payment plan for her, everything like that. Um, as far as I know, she lives, I think it's in New Orleans now. Um, and I think she just had a second child. So she's got a little boy and I think a little girl now.
Were you part of any of any the stepchildren's lives there in your other marriages?
Yes, my fourth wife, Nina, she has 2 children.
Hmm.
Those children's names, don't even ask them. I'm not telling you because, quite
No.
honest,
That's
I don't
not,
know what people digging into that. They don't need to be. Those
no.
kids are not being
You
dragged
don't
into
do
this
that.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yes, I was very much involved during the marriage while her and I were together with the
Mhm.
kids' lives. Um, it was a rough marriage. I mean, from the word go, Nina and I both knew we probably should have never got married,
Mhm.
but we did, you know. Um, but I mean, still to this day, like I said, when things are good, I don't have a problem talking with the other two kids at all. You know, occasionally I see them in FaceTime videos when I'm talking with my daughter,
Yeah.
you know, but it's not, it, I, you know, they're good kids. They really are.
So did Sebastian have any friends that he ever brought over to the house, like that y'all allowed, like, and it could be like I heard Katie say somewhere too, maybe it was in one of the Facebook groups, but it was in writing. I didn't really hear her say it, but she wrote it down that she had other, or maybe it was in her interview. I don't know. Like he had other friends, or you had other friends, Katie, with children like him that had autism. So did you ever have play dates, I guess is the right word, where you try to get him together with other children like that, or maybe that was invited over to your house? Or can you give me a day, like what it was like for him around other children, somebody outside the family?
So Sebastian struggles with maintaining friendships with a lot of the children his age because even with the children that are similar, they tend to have different interests. Sebastian gets very
He
like
doesn't, he,
mind tracked. Like if he's
yes,
wanting to talk about like Minecraft, then he wants you to be 100% all about the Minecraft. And so a lot of times, like other children will be like, "Yeah, that's cool, but I want to do this," and he'll be. So they wind up getting frustrated with each other, and that's where a lot of his like struggles making friends come into play, is
in personal
because
space, personal space.
yeah, personal space is also another part of it where he disregards like what we call the personal bubble,
Mhm.
just because he just doesn't have that awareness. Like he'll just be right here in your face. um but he's capable of getting along with other kids, I mean, and he does, but typically for shorter periods of time. um At school, he does pretty well with a lot of the kids, but even that, they have to take breaks, because not him, but not just him, but even the other kids, they each have their unique interests and their unique ways of thinking and doing things, and so they get to each other and they have fun, and then something will happen and one or both will get frustrated, and so they got to time out and whatnot. um we have met some kids, especially like because I like to take them out and go do things, especially in like public settings like the festivals and bowling and stuff like that, to get them out and get them. It gives an opportunity to interact and work on those like kind of
Yes.
social skills and meeting people and being appropriate when meeting people, responding, with appropriate emotions and stances. Like if someone's being polite and says hello to you, to match that energy and not come at a different energy. And we have like a scale that we work on, like what is the problem that's frustrating you? Is it like a 0, 1, 2, 3, and then okay, well, what's your response to that, type thing. So yes, he has interact and does interact with other children and people, but he struggles to form those like stronger bonds with people.
Mhm. Was he starting to notice girls yet?
I think so, although he's in denial. He don't
Yeah.
want to tell mama that he likes girls.
Yeah. Um, were y'all a part of a church or anything like that?
Yeah,
Yes. So we attend. So hold on.
we attend
Yes,
church.
yes we do attend church. Now, are we tied to one particular church more so than others? Probably not. But if we go, we tend to frequent the one called Freedom Church. It's up in Gallatin, Tennessee.
Hmm. Is that, did Sebastian like that? Did he like to go and
Yeah, when he was
He-
in church, so the kids area, oh my God. Um,
They've got a phenomenal youth program.
Yeah. I bet he liked to sing and stuff like that, right?
He likes to
Dance.
dance.
Yeah, dance.
I mean, now granted,
He
granted,
he
what you call dancing, what I call dancing, and what he calls dancing, totally different.
he's definitely got a unique rhythm,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
but he loves to dance.
yeah. And that makes me think, I mean, just the music he said he liked Eye of the Tiger and different things. I mean, oh, it just makes me, it just makes me smile. I just want I want them to find him. I mean, and I know you do too. It's just, we got to ask these questions and we got to look and search. Somebody was saying on the Nancy Grace today, and then, by the way, is there any reason why y'all didn't go on that show today too?
We were not invited.
We didn't know about it until after.
Okay, because that's what I heard. Yes, they said that he did throw tantrums. They did say that. But okay, so there was a guy on there that said, and I'm sure y'all watched it, that said everything needs to be relooked at, researched, but everything needs to be spread out more areas, you know.
We've been pushing to spread the search because with the amount of people that we've searched with and had search, and all the volunteers and all the law enforcement with the area that they searched for so long, we feel like if he was that close to home, we should have been able to find him. And so we've been searching out farther than just like within the 5 mile radius, but we've been pushing out and we've been searching farther away from the house, looking for any signs and posting those signs all the way to the state line and then some, in all directions.
Now, did you like somebody thinks that well, not somebody, people think that y'all have not been doing the flyers. I mean, but y'all have been doing the flyers, is that correct?
Absolutely, we have.
You absolutely have. Okay.
So let me help some people with some information about things. When it comes to searching, um, flyers, those signs that people have taken pictures and posted on Facebook that say missing, the yard signs,
Yes,
those came from us.
they
My
came.
mother is a real estate agent. We've got some friends in the business that can help do things, and my mother was able to get the signs for us. So the signs have been distributed between me and Katie and my mother. We've got some really great friends in the family. We got a great community who we have handed signs out to, and they have gone out and placed them. Flyers, we've had, I can't tell you the amount of support that the community has put together as far as helping us with these flyers. We go to make copies of a flyer somewhere, and we asked them, said, look, I just need to know how much it's going to be for this many. And bless everybody that has done this, because a lot of people will only have us pay for 100 of them, but they'll give us 500 of them.
Mm-hmm.
We've got people in the community that when they hear it, they're like, no, we're paying for that, not y'all, we are. I'm like, no, I appreciate it. I really do. If anything, we'd like to give you some, you can pass them out, whatever. So it's been out there. There's billboards across this entire state. I can tell you personally, from Memphis, Tennessee, all the way to Nashville, going down 40, between 240 and I-40, there's at least 7 billboards that were out there posting Sebastian. There was some in Rivergate, some in Madison. There's some out toward Knoxville. I mean, the reach that we have gotten put out there, we've gotten a company that will have in Spanish and in French.
Oh,
The
that needs
flyers
to be done.
are
Mhm.
being pushed all the way up into Canada.
Mhm.
I mean, we're reaching out. We've got great family and friends, and bless people out there. Like I said, if we've never meet you, and I am sorry, I wish we could. I wish we could shake everybody's hand and give everybody a hug, regardless of how you feel or what you think. But the fact that you keep his name in the public view alone, we can't thank you enough.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I tell everybody every day, look, I don't care who does it. If I see it, you might see on my community page, everybody's shared 100 billion times. I just want his name and face out there too. And whew, it's a lot. I seriously I have a lot of passion for these cases, the ones that I choose to do. I really do. I'm not big. I grew up, I was born and raised right there in Nashville. I have family right down from y'all. And I have a teacher over at Beach High School. And, it means a lot to me, this case right here. And it touches my heart for so many different reasons. And, it makes me want to cry right now. It does. You have a beautiful son and a handsome son, a stepson, son, whatever you want to call it, Katie. And, it breaks my heart. It does. I can't tell you. I'm nobody special. I just get on here and I know how to use my mouth, and I think outside the box, and I will keep his name and everything out.
Well, if you don't mind me, so I don't know how to say this any other way, and please forgive me because it's going to sound like a jerk.
Say it. Say it.
It's going to sound very jerkish, but I don't want softball questions. People wanted to ask me the hard questions. By golly, let's get these hard questions out. Sorry, but I just.
Well, let me start. Okay. Have you ever had CPS called on you before?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And you don't have to go into it elaborate or anything like that. That was the question that I had. And that happens, sometimes, especially when you have a child who is, has special needs and stuff. That's hard.
I'll be honest with you. I've had CPS called on me in 2 states, New Mexico and Tennessee.
And did that include with Sebastian?
Tennessee was Sebastian, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And in fact, Sebastian here, like I said, I got nothing to hide. So Sebastian went to school one day because we were at the house. He got in trouble. He didn't have a belt on. I was like, "Where's your belt?" And got it. Whack. Kind of got him. So he goes to school and he tells the teacher. They're mandatory reporters. So the teacher reports it. That afternoon, CPS shows up to the house while we're actually sitting down to eat dinner. Now, mind you, 15-year-old child, he's not real happy because he's in trouble, so he's being punished. So he shows, he makes a report. They come to the house, and the lady who comes to the house is the same lady we've had. She's had a case before. Now, the case that was before was something that didn't even happen, and it's like 3 stories that was shoved into one. And when they finally got it debunked, they were like, "Oh, he got so mixed up in telling one story, it mixed into 3, and it caused a commotion." Well, they canceled that out. So the one on me, she shows up, and I said, "Hey, how you doing?" It's her again. She's like, "Oh, hey." She goes, "Hey, I'm already don't." She's like, "Don't tell me anything, but I'm gonna tell you what I know happened." And I said, "Okay." She goes, "Boom, boom, boom." She told me exactly what happened. I said, "Yes, ma'am." She goes, "Oh my God." I said, "Yes, ma'am. This is how it's been." Sebastian thought by telling on me, making it sound like I was so horrible.
Oh, you cut out. You cut out just a minute. You cut out. Oh, there you go. Okay.
That I was going to get in trouble over something stupid. And I was like, "No, Sebastian, you got punished, man. You got punished." And he was like, but, and I was like, "You got punished." And the lady took him outside. She goes, Sebastian, just because you get in trouble and you get punished, you need to understand when you go and you say things about people and you lie and you fabricate things and you make it sound worse than what it is, sir, you can get in trouble for that. So that happened. And the lady was like, I am so sorry. And I said, no, he's just a child. He's upset. It is what it is. I'm okay with it.
Mm-hmm.
He sat that back down at the dinner table and was like, see, eat your food. And we went back and everything's been fine.
Yeah. That girl wants to know what was he wearing when they went to dinner. Maybe he returned if it was his favorite place, I guess, to the restaurant. Katie, you remember?
We may have lost her.
Oh,
Hmm.
I don't know. Yeah, she's been going in and out. Okay, we'll save that. I'll just leave it up there so I don't forget or whatever. Was there a life insurance policy on him? I know people's been wanting to ask that. I just get that out of the way. Not that that's any of our business, but I guess if it has to do with him missing, that's why they want to know. It's just a simple yes or no. We don't have to go into whatever. And that could be for if you know whether he's got it from his real dad, you, or anybody. I'm just saying, does anybody know if there's one floating around out there anywhere?
His father has one on him.
Okay, that's good enough. Now, Chris just dropped off again. Let me see if I can put this back in here. Sorry. And he may be back too. Let's see. Paste. I'm sorry, I have to do it like this.
Y'all, for clarification, no, I did not allow him to beat my son with a belt. He did not beat my son with a belt.
Okay. Josh wants to call in real fast. Let's see. Hold on a minute. Okay, hold on. Just call. Okay. Josh wants to call in real fast. He's been wanting to ask y'all a question, and I guess he can't get me to see it or something. So I just told him to call real fast if that's okay. He texts me, and I just happen to see it, if that's okay. And nobody take this. I'm trying to get this link back out. So Chris, what kind of stuff? Oh no, he's done. He's probably going crazy. I put the wrong phone number in there. Anyway, there he is. There he is. He's like, he's going to come up here just a second. Josh, sorry, I put the wrong phone. I put the wrong number in there.
Can you hear me?
I can. Yeah, I put the wrong number in there. So
okay, is Chris still here?
Can you drop the link again?
He fell down, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay. When I was talking to Chris earlier, and him and I were messaging, and I asked him about DCS, and he said the only case that DCS has open is because Sebastian ran away.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry about that.
Hey, Chris, Josh was going to call
ma'am.
me. I accidentally punched a 3 instead of a 2 or whatever, and he jumped up here on panel. And, he wanted to ask you something, actually. Sorry.
Far away, man.
Well, so you and I we had messaged earlier on Facebook, and I had asked you about DCS, and you said that there were no other interactions with CPS or DCS except for Sebastian going missing, which I then told you, but that's not mandatory necessarily unless CPS was already involved. So
now,
you're not really being honest.
Wait a minute. You asked me, because I'll read the messages to everybody in God country. You asked me if there was an active CPS case on Sebastian. That's what you asked. And I told you, yes, there was. Because the sheriff's department told us that they had to report it because he was missing. That's what you asked. Now, you also started to ask if there was another case. And there was no other case that I know of that's active. That's what you asked.
Josh?
Yeah, I'm here.
So, like I said, sir, I'm brash. I'm to the point. Be respectful.
Can you hear
And
me?
I will tell you, and I'll be honest, I'm going to tell you the truth. I got nothing to hide.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, he said, okay. Can you hear him, Josh?
I can hear him. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Oh, I just said, well, in the messages that I asked that it was pertaining to Sebastian's school, right? Like you just said. And you said, no, other than him going missing, no CPS cases. I don't know. I can't hear. Maybe that.
He didn't say anything. Can you hear him, Chris? Can you hear
Hello?
him?
Yeah,
Okay.
I can now. I can now.
Okay.
Sorry.
So you didn't ask, you asked about active cases. That's what you asked about. And I answered your question.
You did. You answered my question.
Hello? Hello?
He said you answered his question. I can hear you. Can you hear him, Josh?
Okay. Yeah, I can't hear him.
Okay. Can y'all
So,
now? I think
so
he said
he's asked me, and I can't pull it up because if I pull it up, then we lose contact. But he asked me if there was active DCH, CPS, whatever you want to call it, case with Sebastian. And I said, yes, he's missing. I was told by the sheriff's department that they had to report it. So, yes, there's an active case. Is there anything other than that? No, there's not an active case. So, my statement that I told you is true.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I get it, the active investigation, but yeah, but you did really. Maybe it's just because of text, but you did make it seem like there was no, like that this was the first time that they'd ever been involved at all.
I didn't insinuate. Now, understand something. Words on paper are simply words on paper. Whatever emotions you put behind them is directly a proportion to yourself, not me.
Oh, sir, I didn't put any emotion behind it. I'm just
Well,
saying.
but you're saying you're trying to insinuate on this show.
No.
Yes, you did, sir. Yes, because you just stated that you said that I made it sound like this. No, I didn't. I told you. I gave you a direct statement, gave you your answer, and that right there is exactly what I'm talking about. Then you called into the show and you said, "No, you're lying." No, I'm not lying. So call a spade, but make sure you're right. Now, to be honest with you, it has nothing to do with finding my son.
You don't think that you don't think? Okay. All right. Well, look, man.
How does CPS have to do with anything finding Sebastian? Because if you're insinuating something,
well, you said they opened up an investigation. You said they opened up an investigation. So you tell me what it has to do with him.
Because what did I tell you? That's what you're not listening. The sheriff's department told us that they are required to report it to DCS, CPS, whatever you want to call them. They are required to report it to them. Mm-hmm. That answer has yet to change. It hasn't changed any of the slightest.
And okay, so that's I get it. So it's the only open investigation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What's the next hard one we got? Fire away.
I'm
Okay.
not arguing.
Okay. So I was just wondering, like, like Katie, let me ask you this, or anybody can answer. So, like, if y'all were at home alone, like, because Chris works out of town a lot, and this is, I just wonder, like, would Sebastian know what to do if there was a house fire? Like, if it was just you and him, does he know how to handle all that kind of emergency stuff?
We have gone over it with him several times, talked about like what to do in case of an emergency, calling 911, run into a neighbor's house to ask for help, you know, known friendly neighbors, how to get out, you know, if a door is blocked and that type of thing. So yes, he should, assuming that he, you know, is able to think in a sorry, I'm losing my word, like in a panic, like if there's an emergency happening. But yes, we have safety plans that we've gone over as far as like getting out of the house in case of fire, and how to get a hold of someone in an emergency.
Okay. So if there was an emergency, would he run out of the house like that barefoot? Or would he throw on his slippers, do you think, because they're by the front door?
Honestly, it could go either way. I know his dad said that he hasn't seen him go outside without shoes on since he was 2. But I, however, have had a different experience with Sebastian where he does go outside without his shoes on. There's been several times where he takes the trash out in his socks, and I'm like, dude, you got to put shoes on.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But I would say honestly, it would just depend, I think, on the situation.
Yeah. So you have a padlock. Is that what you said earlier, that you have a padlock on the, like, I forget what they're called, but where you put the code in, a code lock?
Yeah, not a padlock.
I meant, yeah, I didn't mean a padlock. I'm sorry. The code where you put the code
Yeah,
in.
yeah.
Yeah. So would he turn around if he left and actually put that code in? Do you have to put the code in to lock it back? Is
He
that how
locks he locks the door behind himself every time he goes out it.
Okay. All right. I'm just trying to think. Is there anybody like I mean, I don't know if y'all have housekeepers or what, like, is there anybody you could think of? And I know I'm sure you gave it to the police that might have had the combination that could have come in like while you were asleep that the dogs would not be alerted to or anything like that.
The only people that would have access to my house have all been interviewed.
Okay. Oh, man. I don't know.
And not only that, but if somebody had been by the front door, punched in the code, believe it or not, no, it's not super clear, but you would have seen a shadow or a figure
Yeah, that's what I would think.
based on, something would have been visible because one of the lights is still visible from that Ring camera from across the street.
Yeah.
That has been, like I said, every video, and I've said this through Facebook, everything in the neighborhood. I couldn't talk to you enough positive about my neighborhood because anybody had cameras voluntarily gave up hard drives, flash drives, access to clouds for them. They've let people go in and search their houses multiple times without needing a warrant or a subpoena or anything. They've just openly done it. So I mean, that's why it's so difficult right now.
Yeah. Now they come out and I know this is part of the investigation, so you may not can answer this, but it was public because we saw them. We saw them with our own eyes. So they come out about 11 times, counting the backyard where they took pictures. Okay, so did they come in and check as well the 11 times, or did they do forensics like luminol or anything like that?
No.
Asking.
No. I can answer. No, they haven't done that. We actually, Katie and I sat down at our table um, in our dining room, and that's basically where everything conducts itself. Um, we sat down with them in the dining room, and I asked them flat out. I was like, "What about fingerprints?
Mhm,
I mean,
mhm.
can we not take fingerprints? What can we do? Can we check this? Can we check that?" And they said no, because, and they explained why fingerprinting would not necessarily be where they would get a hit, was ridges and things like that compromise the fingerprint.
Yeah,
Now, and he goes, despite TV and the movies, that stuff you see is not necessarily true. I was like, okay, well, that's cool. I just, they said, think of anything. Well, we were thinking and asked them, how about this? And how about that? What about this? What about that? And we got shot down.
yeah. So, is there or is there not a couch in front of the back door?
No, there is a couch in front of a door.
In front of a door. Okay. I was just wondering. So, but so can he get out the back? Okay, so he can go
Is
out.
there an exit out the back of the house? Yes. That's unobscured from anything? Yes.
Okay,
Mhm.
so okay, but what I'm asking is, how did you know that he went specifically out the front door? What made you think that? What made you think that?
We presume that he left out the front door. We never know 100%, obviously, but we presume based off of process of elimination, going over it with law enforcement, going over the house, where things are, how things are, Sebastian's routine, and the fact that that's the door that he always uses or prefers to use, because I won't say 100% of the time he does come in with me through another door, but that's the door Sebastian prominently uses. That's the one that if he were going to sneak out of the house or leave the house for whatever reason, that's the most reasonable door that he would have left out of. Any of the others would have made noise or not
Or would
been.
not have been locked.
Mhm,
So
because
that the back door would not lock.
from the outside, like the front, no, you'd have to had a key.
So I'm not going to describe every door lock in our house to
No, I
y'all.
understand that.
That's a safety thing.
Yeah, I
But
understand that. Don't do that. Yeah,
yeah, but what I can say is there's only two doors in the house that he could have gone out where he could have locked
From the
on his
outside.
own from the outside. And the one he wouldn't have gone out because of how much noise it makes.
yeah.
Everybody would have, plus it would have been seen on camera. Let's put it that way.
Okay, okay.
I mean, that it
Yeah,
would have been seen on camera. So by suspicion or reasonable elimination of all these doors, it's front door.
okay. And there was no windows unlocked or anything like that that y'all can tell or could tell. I'm sure they looked at all that.
Yeah, with
Yes,
the
yeah,
screens intact and things like that.
yeah. Nothing exterior of the building of our house has been altered. Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, and that's why it was like, huh? Not only that, but for him to go out the window, so to speak, he would have
well,
landed in the flower bed and barefooted. Yeah, we'd have heard something because he had landed on it and screamed.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. All right. So let me get these people. I know they're itching for some hard
That's fine.
questions. And I've been, all right. So, let's see. I know that girl has been wanting to ask like what he had on. I don't think Katie heard me a while ago, but, like when y'all were out to eat Sunday, um, like what he had on, that day, like when he went out to eat.
His
And
tennis,
let's go ahead.
his his tennis shoes, jeans, and a black T-shirt with Grogu on the front.
Okay. And then he changed before he went to bed into the black.
The black sweatpants with the white stripes down the side and a long sleeve black shirt,
Okay. And that, I think,
which was
what,
originally listed on the missing poster as a sweatshirt, and everybody mistaken it for a hoodie. And even Seth said himself that we both were trying to get that corrected because it was
Yep.
because when they said sweatshirt, everybody assumed it meant hoodie, not long sleeve black shirt.
Mhm. And I, because and I'll have to say, because it did not have stripes on it, it was black sweatpants. It did
Mhm.
not say the white stripes on it. So that was a big one for me. That was a huge.
And then
Mhm.
another thing, they're not sweatpants. So some of these young cats out there probably don't understand where I'm fixing to go with this.
Well,
But
I
us
call
older
them
folks,
sweatpants.
go back and think of the 1980s Adidas pants where you had the white stripes down the side, almost like a tearaway style pants.
Yeah,
That is what the pants were. They weren't sweatpants.
I know what you're talking about exactly.
That's why I'm like, older folks will know. These younger kids, I don't know if they'll know or not.
Yeah, I know
I
exactly.
just call them sweatpants, but
Well, there's a difference.
Okay, are you ready? Well, let me get some of their questions, and then I'll ask you a really hard. I think it's a hard question.
Okay.
I might put you on the spot, but
Nah, you're fine.
okay. All right, let's ask theirs first because I don't want you to go, oh, I'm over here. So,
No. I gave you my word, and I told you I'll
will you
stick to
be,
my word.
can I ask? Then I'll ask you now before I go to theirs, before I forget.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
What in the world is this on your arm on day 8, the interview? It's a scratch or a bite mark?
Left arm or right arm?
Oh, I don't know. It's the one where you were in the green shirt. And I think I think it was the right arm.
So right arm slightly above the elbow. If
Or I think it
I'm
was
guessing.
I think it was right below, if I'm not mistaken.
So I've got 2 spots on one on my hand, and I got
Uh-huh.
one on my closer to my elbow. They're 2 spots.
Uh-huh.
We have little Morkies, and we have one that's very playful. We have one that's not so playful. And I like to roughhouse my little Morkies, and I put my hand down, and they chase it around, and I don't stop, and I let them nibble. And I've been dumb enough, and I've gotten scratched by the bigger one.
they got their
So
claws clipped and not grinded, so they're rough right now.
Yeah, but I thought you hadn't been home for almost a month, or all month. I thought it looked like fresh scratch. I'm just
so
saying.
when I'm in a green shirt,
Yeah,
okay,
you were talking
was
to
that
Fox 17.
okay?
Okay.
Fox 17. I had already been home, so I got home February 26th.
Oh,
That
so
can
it
be
was a new
released because
scratch.
that's when I came home.
Yeah, you're saying it was a new scratch then.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
that's why I was like, no, I came home February 26th. We did the interview, and those were scratches that are fresh. Because
okay.
the day I came home, I was actually still wearing my work clothes.
Okay. So y'all, he's saying that is a fresh scratch. So I'll say it now. I have also asked about that picture. So that is a fresh after he got home from his little dogs.
And believe it or not, that is the first time I've heard that question. So thank you. I had not heard it before.
Yeah. So I asked that. So if you see that picture out again that I asked, that's just from where I asked it, I believe today, and I asked it
And
yesterday.
I believe I was wearing like it's like a mint colored button up shirt, I think.
You were.
Yep, there you go.
Yep, absolutely. So that's where that come from. I knew I was going to stump you with one question.
Pretty close. I was like, wait, huh?
Yep. You thought they all been asked, didn't you?
Yeah, just about. I mean, I've told everybody on Facebook, and I said, look, everybody's been nasty and all this, and like, look, I got no problem. I'll answer your questions. Just fire them away. And I have asked, like, keep in mind, there's like 3 of us and thousands of y'all, so we're trying to get to them. But
Yeah. So, so let's see.
give me a good one.
I'm gonna try to find a great one. Did you ever use a belt on him?
Have I ever used a belt on Sebastian? Yes.
Okay.
Outside of his clothes, on his buttocks.
Okay. Please call DV when Sebastian home. Okay. Have you ever had domestic violence called on you when Sebastian was there?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I actually don't have any domestic violence in my history, period.
Okay. He says he's never had domestic violence, y'all. Okay. Now here's one. Let's see. Hi, Bullhorn Betty. Let's see. Okay. With Sebastian's autism, does he have a violent outburst? If so, what typically triggers the outburst?
I wish I could show y'all this in person. All right. Does he have, when he was younger, he probably had some pretty nasty ones. As he's gotten older, between his mama, me, and his dad, and other family members, trying to get him to, like, look, you need to focus on this. Stop doing, he, ball your fist up, put them down to your side, like in a very aggressive manner, like you're pushing down, and stomp with one foot. Okay. He gets like that when he's throwing his tantrums. And then he brings his hands up in like the military knife hand is what they call it. All four fingers and thumbs pointing outward.
Yeah.
And he's like moving his hands up and down, kind of like he's making a point, kind of. That's to the extent of his violent outbreak. But other than that, no.
Yeah. All right. Justin said he wants to understand this. He said, am I understanding this? You hit him with a belt because he didn't have a belt.
No.
No.
Okay.
No. So the question about hitting him on the outside of his clothes on his butt with a belt, that was something that he got in trouble for because he lied to us and he got one lick.
Okay. Let's see. How is it possible, do you think, that Katie, and I'm just asking now, you
No, it's
probably,
fine.
how do you think it's possible that Katie and Sebastian, and Katie, and I can ask you too, you got a voice. Can I ask you why Chris is always speaking for you? I'm just wondering. Why is Chris always speaking for you?
Fire away, babe. Go ahead.
If you're not there, Chris, hold on. If you're not there, people will know this. If you're not there, how can you answer all the questions?
So if you notice, there's certain questions that you're asking I'm not saying anything about.
I know.
So as soon as you start talking about Sunday,
yeah. Okay. So
I don't say nothing. Saturday, I don't say nothing. But anything after that, from the 6th, from midnight to 6,
okay.
being on the phone with her prior to, yeah.
Yeah.
I can answer those questions.
Okay.
And just so I told somebody this before. My wife has popped off to somebody on Facebook about it. As nasty as some folks have been, my job as a husband is to protect my wife, my kids at all costs. And I will stand in front of them, beside them, wherever they want to be, and I take all the hard hits. I'm tired of people dragging her through the mud. I'm tired of seeing stuff that they say about her. Say it to me. I'm okay with it. Say it to me. Leave them alone. Be nice, be respectful, be courteous, and think about a woman whose heart's broken because her son is missing. If everybody would just take a step back for 1 second, go look at your kids and realize you got a kid. Your kid's at your house right now that you can walk up to. They may be in the bed sleeping, but you can walk up to them, give them big old hugs and kisses, tell them good night, and enjoy the moments. Right now, there's 3 parents in this world. Well, more than 3, but right now for this situation, there's 3 parents that cannot do that. So forgive me for standing up and being my wife's rock and foundation, because that's what a marriage is. That's my job.
Okay.
But we do love all of y'all. Doesn't matter. We still love you.
Wow.
Babe, if you want to answer, go for it.
No, I don't understand why it's a problem that my husband helps talk. I mean, I get that y'all want to hear my voice more, but honestly, half the time it's because I'm crying or I'm honestly, I don't have words to explain what I am anymore.
It's okay. I just, I just wondered. A lot of people was asking that. I'm sorry, I was trying to read some of
Mhm.
this. A lot of people was asking that, and just might as well ask it.
No,
Um,
and we appreciate it. Don't get me wrong. Like I said, thank you.
let's see. All right, y'all. Let's see. Oh, what did y'all like to do together as a family when Chris was in town and y'all were all together? Like, what was your thing? Did you ever like have a short mini vacation on the weekends? Did you go? I mean, what did you like to do?
Oh, we do all sorts of stuff. He loves Top Golf, so we like to take him there.
Hmm.
Um, he Dave and Buster's because games.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We've got a few really good parks in the area that he still enjoys going and playing in.
Done some hiking.
We do hiking. We go bowling. We have in the summer a family member with a pool, so he absolutely, utterly loves going over there. And we do game nights. He loves playing cards. Uno is currently his favorite game,
Could he swim?
like a
Like a
fish.
fish.
What was his favorite food?
Well, that
Depends on
depends
what
on which day of the
day.
week.
What day of the week?
Yeah.
He changes his favorite food probably every day.
Yeah.
Chocolate milk has been a long time runner.
Tofu, believe it or not, tofu. He's
Not
not he's not a huge steak eater, but
not
steamed tofu.
fried. Not fried and no sauce, just plain steamed tofu and sushi. The boy loves
Oh yeah.
sushi.
Yep.
He loves it.
Did he like did y'all ever take him to the Japanese places where they made that in front?
Shoguns, they cook in front of you.
Yeah.
Oh,
He
hibachis, yeah.
he
Yeah.
likes it, but he doesn't at the time because it's so loud and clanky.
Yeah.
And they
So
use a
it's
lot
like,
of the teriyaki style sauce.
Yeah.
When we get his, we kind of have to ask like, hey, can y'all scoot some over? He doesn't like condiments that much. He really doesn't.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, Chris, what time did you get home on Monday? Do you remember?
I want to say it was. Well, hold on. Let's see here. One something, I think.
Yeah. And then did you have to go back up there and get your camper? I mean, is that what y'all had to go back and get that? Somebody had to drive it
Yes.
back or
No. It's a fifth wheel. It's a fifth wheel.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I couldn't tell. Somebody was just putting it.
No. You know, so there's a couple things that because of this whole situation, I hope families never endure.
Right.
Without going into great details, I almost lost my job.
Mhm.
Um,
Over this?
yes, over this, very much. Yeah. hmm and because of that, I was like, well, so I got permission, and I say I got permission. I asked law enforcement, said, hey, I need to go down, go get my fifth wheel, and I need to bring it home
Mm-hmm.
because right now, and they said, okay. So we told them what day we were going, and we went down there. We weren't even down there, I don't know, 24 hours maybe. I think we were down there maybe 17 hours, long enough to get down there. I finished packing everything up. And I say she didn't go. I was down there long enough to pack everything up, I spent the night in the trailer, hooked up the next morning, and came home.
Hmm. So, but will you be going back to work there? I mean, they'll allow you to go back to work there. I mean, in Memphis.
Things have worked out. I will be returning to work.
Good. Okay. All right. Good. Um. So, why the three-way call?
So, well, I'll
Because
give
I
you.
was
Yeah, okay.
hysterical and screaming and crying and frantic. And so he told me to mute my phone, and he's the one that actually called because at that point I couldn't even make words anymore.
So not only that, but if folks know the area, when you call 911, you go to a central dispatching unit. You don't actually go to your local PD unit. You go to a hub on a cell phone. When you tell them where you're at, and they redirect you to the local PD. We don't live inside city limits, so the local PD is they're not responding. It's not their jurisdiction.
Mhm.
So we have to call the sheriff's office. So I called directly to the sheriff's office because I know what was going to happen. Bypass it, call them, and then within 10 minutes of that phone call, they were at the house. And when they were at the house, they were at the house in full force.
How many came? Do y'all remember? Was it a lot? Or
A
Have you
ton.
you've seen the aerial shot of the subdivision, correct?
yes.
Okay, so from our house, go all the way back down to Stafford to that stop sign where Kellen and Stafford meet. Then line cop cars all the way down Kellen out to Long Hollow Road.
Yeah.
That's how many cops came.
Well, is there a reason like y'all didn't go to the vigil? I mean, for real, the one by the high school?
Yes,
Seriously?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Why?
So security reasons, and this is what I'm fixing to tell you is going to spark a whole bunch of stuff in the comments, and I'm not afraid to answer any of this. The young lady who started to organize this vigil never even contacted us. Not one time has any of these vigils taken place as somebody tried to organize them with us as the parents. I think the only one that's been somewhat organized with a parent is the one that was done in Clarksville with Seth. Other than that, the one that was supposed to be out in front of my house was a security issue. My neighborhood said we don't want it here because our roads don't have sidewalks. We don't have easements. Technically, you're not even supposed to park on the street.
Yeah.
We found out about it, and then we found out that they were spreading it all over basically the county and state, and there was like tons and tons of people saying they were going to come. And there's zero parking here. It's not big gathering spot. So we asked for them to move it to the school, which is literally like that,
It's not even that. It's
and
like a quarter mile
can
down the street.
accommodate all of the people.
Not
Yeah.
only that, but some of the people, like some of the comments and the stuff that's being said, and
I know.
if you're in our
I'm reading
shoes,
now. I'm
it
trying
could
to
be
read
it could be a security reasons because if somebody shows up acting crazy, that's not kosher. One, it's not coming in our subdivision. I don't want it in front of my house. I don't need thousands of people in front of my house. I appreciate.
You're still talking, but I can't hear you. I could see you're talking if you moved. All right, we'll listen for him. Let's see. Katie, was you still married to Seth when you and Chris met?
No. So, I know he's insinuating that I cheated, and I did not. Seth and I had been separated for I think about 2 years and change when I met Christopher.
Yeah.
And we didn't get married until nearly 3 years after my divorce. So no, I was not cheating and running around.
You know that it's been said that there are rumors, and Chris is not up here now, but it's been said that there is someone in the neighborhood that you have been seeing. Is that any truth to that?
No.
Okay. And there was nobody else in the house that night with you?
Just me and my son.
Can you tell me more about that 3-hour phone call? I mean, is that normal, something normal that y'all did every night?
Yeah.
Or
So my husband works out of town, as y'all all know. And yes, it is regular that we talk every evening or during all throughout the day. We call each other here and there. We chat off and on. That's how we're involved, and we're our version of spending time with each other because, on a different situation where, both people come home from work at a normal time, you sit down, you have dinner, you spend time with your spouse, and it's hours of time that you're spending with them. We don't have that physically when we're separated by work. So um we spend it on the phone. We talk while we're having dinner, and we most of the time the phone's on speaker and Sebastian talks to him and whatnot, but that's the way that we are still spending time and talking about our day. And
yeah, I mean, if it's, every night, I mean, that would kind of get boring to me. I mean, everybody's different, but I just wondered if it was something normal, that y'all did, or it was just that one night, or a couple of nights before or anything like that. I didn't know if it was normal. I wouldn't, I mean, it's not something I would do. So, I mean, I'm not saying y'all don't. I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, mine goes, just go.
well, and then that's normal for some people. Not everybody wants to, spend that much time with their spouse, but I enjoy being around my spouse and not my husband. And, and I enjoy that he's a part of my life and a
Yeah.
part of, the family. And for us, that is our normal, albeit some other people, may not
Yeah.
the same way. Not everybody wants to be around somebody all the time, but sometimes, just
But
being on the phone, you're just kind of sort of spending time together.
But is that not, and I think this is a fair question. I'm not trying to be mean, but is that not, and this has nothing to do with Sebastian being gone, but it kind of does. I'm just weird like this. So, but is that not taking time away from your son that you could be spending with your son,
No,
being on the phone?
no, because I'm not on the phone during all of that time. I'm not on the phone every minute of the day with him. I'm on the phone in the evenings after bedtime until I go to sleep, that type of thing. I spend time with my son from the time I get home until the time he goes to bed.
Yeah, yeah. I guess I don't know. That's just kind of not something that I don't know. A lot of people just find weird,
Well,
and
and a lot of people don't have long distance marriages either, so I'm sure they could. But if they were in this situation, then, maybe they would have a different opinion or point of view. But, I don't think it's weird to spend time with your spouse on a regular basis.
yeah. And what about, and Chris, do you like, are you work, you are off nights, or do you mind telling, do you work night shift, or is it days, or I mean, do you mind, is that okay to ask, or?
Yeah, no, that's fine to ask. So, in my line of work, you really don't have, I would say, a normal set schedule. I'm going to give you an example. So, helping a guy out right now till I go back, I'm filling in for a guy. His
Yeah,
shift starts at noon and doesn't get off until midnight tonight.
yeah,
That's not your normal shift. So it kind of depends. Some some crane operators, depends what's going on the job site, determines on like the hours, because if you're doing a concrete pour, I mean, you may be up there for 18, 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it
And
just
for the
kind of
record,
depends.
because a whole bunch of people just snapped back at me because I did say that I talk to my husband on the phone when I eat dinner, and I do. And I also said not every single day. Most of the time, we talk from bedtime until I go to bed or one of us falls asleep. But I also said that he interacts with Sebastian as well because he does.
Yeah. I don't know. For some reason, my chat is not moving, and I'm having to stroll it. That's why I keep doing that. I don't know
Oh,
why. And I don't know how far behind y'all I am. Chat. I don't know how far this is behind, but I'm sorry. I don't know why it's doing that. Um, I'm kind of scared to refresh it because I don't want to lose nobody. Let me try to refresh it. Y'all don't go anywhere. I'm sorry. I
okay,
apologize.
sure.
Let's see if it reloads. I got myself to the stage, and I think who is Katie up here or
Yeah.
Chris? I got one of them's up here, but I can't tell. I think it's Katie. Katie, can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Yeah, I am.
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm gonna put this back down here for Chris again. Yeah, I had to reload because it wasn't going anywhere. I was having to do that. That's why I couldn't catch none of the questions. Oh, I was so behind y'all. I apologize. Okay. Was Chris in Memphis the entire weekend? Okay, here we go, guys. Was he in Memphis the entire weekend or did he leave? I think he already answered that one. He said he was there the entire weekend. And then they want to know, did he take a polygraph test and pass? And, oh, okay. So you can answer this one, Katie. Why did Sebastian wear pull ups at your house?
So Sebastian wore pull-ups because, or when specifically, when he was having his regression, when he was having issues with wetting the bed or wetting his pants, he had issues where he would wet himself at school, and then occasionally would wet himself at night. Now I know that Seth went and said that that never happened at his house, but I do know that it did, of at least a few occasions that I know of. Um, but that's not the point. The point is that he did go in and out of pull-ups based on when he needed them. So if he was during a regression phase, he would go into the pull-ups, and then once he, got back on track and he was not having wetting issues at school and or home, he would go back into, regular underwear. And that unfortunately is just something that has been happening for ever.
Right.
Sebastian was late to potty train and has had issues going back and forth with it basically his whole life.
Right. Um, okay. So why is there a problem? I feel, I mean, I feel it shouldn't be a problem, but somebody's asking about the GoFundMe. Why are y'all mad about that, Chris?
So initially, I forgot what day it was. Myself, Katie, and Seth were in my house, and I had brought up the question. I said, "Hey, should we start a GoFundMe page to start trying to raise money to add help to this, however we can?" And the police said, "Hey, no, I don't recommend doing that because then if you do that, it looks like you're trying to do this for profit." And I was like, "Okay, that makes sense." So we all three had an agreement. We weren't doing this. And next thing you know, now there's the GoFundMe page up there.
So, okay. And, but, okay. So why don't y'all just start your own GoFundMe page? I mean, it's like, there's no sense in arguing over it, really. I mean,
So all of this has kind of stemmed because you got a family member who wants to go out there and blast some family matters to the public. That's where it all stems from. Like I said, this is not family problems. This isn't about family matters being public. It's about Sebastian.
Right.
And we've got some family members that aren't necessarily kosher about everything right now. And they're upset. Their emotions are, I got it. Everybody's been at one point hot headed, you know. If somebody tells me they're not, that's a lie. Everybody's been a hothead at some point.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
I mean, we got a missing kid, and that's a problem.
well, in my opinion, I mean, you have to put everything aside. I mean, your feelings, her feel, and I know it's not easy. You've got, you honestly have to do this. You're going to have to endure a lot. It's
Mhm.
it's not it's not going to be pretty, and it's probably going to be worse. I just sat here with another case, 2.5 years, going on 3 years in June, and the things I've seen out of that has not been pretty, and no results have been unfortunately found. And but I'm hoping that it will be different with Sebastian. I know that the people there care. There's no doubt in my mind. And one reason that there's no doubt is, again, that's where I was born and raised, and I have family there, and I know. And there's good people there. There are good people there. And I see the difference. I really do. And, sometimes this internet is harsh. But one thing that I see different with the police there is they do come out and they say, we do want your help. We do want, and they're asking and they're begging. They're doing everything they can to find Sebastian. And they're trying to put him first. It's not hard when you have others that have come up missing during this search for Sebastian. Because everybody deserves a fair shot, Raleigh. Everybody deserves a fair shot to get found. And I know that's breaking everybody's heart, your hearts, everybody's hearts, that this had to be scaled back a little bit. But you can't give up. We can't give up. And sometimes you're going to go to bed crying. You're going to go to bed, no matter what people think of you, it does not matter. You're going to hear things, you're going to see things. But again, the most important thing is Sebastian, because no matter what, no matter if he's out there, well, good, fine, or not, he deserves to be found like anybody else. He is somebody, and he's your somebody, and he's Seth somebody. And like Seth said, damn it, bring him back. Katie, I know you've been asked this 100 times, more probably. Today, after rethinking everything, to this day, if he could hear you right now, what would you say to him? And if somebody had him, what would you say to them?
I would say to Sebastian that we love you, baby. Bubba, we're going to find you. We're going to bring you home. And I would say to somebody that has my son that they better let him go and they better come out, because we're going to come and we're going to find him. We're not going to stop, and we're going to bring an army with us. An army of support, of people that are helping to look. And son, I love you.
Katie, if you could take anything back about that day, about Sunday, and redo anything about Sunday, what would it be?
I'd have slept outside that boy's door. I say it like that, and I promise I'm not laughing. I just I would have I don't know. I would have made sure to check him 100 times. You know, they get older and you think that they're okay and that they're good, and you don't check as much throughout the night, like when you get up. You know, when he was little, if I woke up, I'd check on him. You know, I was always looking at him, and as he got older and he didn't need that as much anymore, and I took that for granted.
Yeah, there's a lot of things we take for granted, and we don't realize things can change in the blink of an eye, but they can.
I'd give anything to be able to hug my baby again.
We don't realize how time, we just can't turn back time. That's one thing we cannot undo. Let me look on here. Okay, so they want to know on the super chats, they want to know, explain to me why you keep making comments about what people think of you, Chris. Why not focus on searching for Sebastian?
Well, I do focus on looking for Sebastian. But at the same time, when I said I'd answer questions and people want to put questions up there, and then you want to put your comments and your 2 cents in with a question, you're going to get an answer.
Somebody asked me to remember these, and I always forget them because I'm not used to them. Well, I'll just go down these real fast. I apologize.
No, you're fine.
So you spoke about discipline. What kind of discipline did he want? They said you spoke about discipline. What kind of discipline did he want to get away from the house because of that? Did he want to get away? Oh, okay, so they want to know, did he want to get away from the house because of the discipline?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, ma'am. So Sebastian is not afraid. He runs up to me, he gives me a big old hug, says I love you, says I miss you. When I'm out of town, his mom, he'll look at his mom and say, hey, when's Mr. Chris coming home? Can we call him? Things like that.
Yeah.
I mean, discipline is discipline. There's a difference in discipline a child and beyond discipline a child.
Right.
You know, I can tell you from personal experience, I know the difference between both. And I vowed I would never in my life do that to a child.
They want to know, okay, so he's already answered that one. He's looked for, they've put out flyers, and he's told a while ago that the signs that you see in the yard, he said that that come from his family.
Yes.
Yeah. And
if people are interested in purchasing them or trying to get some ordered and sent to them, find me on Facebook, send me your just hit me up, and I will send you the point of contact, and you guys can reach out to him and work it out.
in fact, actually, yeah, I would like to get that information, and I will get with you to get that about the signs or whatever.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm just going down. Okay, y'all, be nice.
Everybody's entitled to their opinions and their feelings. Don't get me wrong.
Now I'm flipping down it, and I'm like, well, hold on, because I can't see them because I didn't catch them right when they first come up. Okay. Okay. Okay, y'all, be nice. I have to read some of these because once they're gone, I am not going to see them for a while. I believe in here. That's why I apologize. Is it hurtful to be? No, because it's hurtful to be a bio safe step. Oh, that's when we first come on here and I was asking you that. Okay, did he take any medicine before bed and did he sleepwalk?
Didn't
Yeah,
I
did
don't
he
think you have
sleepwalk?
anything. Yeah, I don't. I as long as I've been in Sebastian's life, I've never heard of him sleepwalk. Now, getting up in the middle of the night, and sneaking snacks and stuff, that's one thing. But
And to
sleepwalking, no.
clarify, he's not sneaking food because we starve him, because that's absolutely not the case. He just likes to munch on a bunch of junk food in the middle of the night because he doesn't get a bunch of sugar. He's, one dessert and he wants to eat the whole box. So he gets up in the middle of the night and sneaks snacks.
Sneaks
Yeah.
candy in his room and hides the wrappers under his bed. I mean, it same stuff basic kids do. It's just one. I'm not going to have bugs throughout the house. We told him you eat in the kitchen, you eat in the dining room.
And throw
When
your
you're done
wrappers
with
in
it,
the
you put it in the trash. That's the only thing we've asked him.
Okay, so they're back to Rachel. So they're saying that what happened to her head, that's what they want to know. And
What happened to
that's
her
what they're
head?
saying. Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about.
If they could clarify a little bit more, I don't know.
They're saying you almost killed her. I don't know.
Huh?
Like I said, I don't know anything about Rachel.
Okay.
It's posted on the board.
Yeah. I can't see the comments for some reason. It's not
Okay,
showing me the
it says
comments,
you
but
got killed, Rachel. There was blood everywhere. Where, sir, you thought she was dead. I don't
blood
know.
everywhere. No. Okay. That's news to me, but no.
It could be they paid to ask that question, which I'm just not getting to, and they've asked it 2 or 3 times. That's what I don't know. It could be a troll. I don't know. Listen, I have no idea. I don't mean to make y'all
No,
feel
no, 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 no. I'm not. I'm sitting there. I'm like, and she's like, her head, blood everywhere.
I don't know.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, I mean that's a new one on me. So I mean, I don't really know what's going on there. Again, that was
my mother actually still talks to Rachel. I mean that right there ought to tell you the kind of relationship that my family had with her. We still talk to her.
yeah.
She's got her 2 kids. So where that all that stuff's coming from is very interesting. But no.
Well, there you'll have it, folks. Sometimes families do still talk to exes and their moms and dads and all that does. So I don't know. Did LE check vehicles and your trailer that you took to Memphis?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So
Yes,
that they're saying yes. All right, let's see. Oh, thank you for coming, a YouTube member. Beautiful sunflower. Yeah, the medicine that Sebastian, is that life threatening if he don't take that medicine?
No.
Okay. It's not life threatening, but it's not good that he don't have it,
Right.
Yeah. And like anything else, it's not good because if you take medicine for so long and you just come off of medicine just quick, fast, in a hurry, it can cause seizures.
yes.
Yeah, it was supposed to be weaned off if and when he came off of it. It's not supposed to be a sudden stop.
Yeah, yeah. So what is your theory, each one of you separately, on what happened to Sebastian? What I mean, just like I know you've probably had 2 or 3, but like what do you think now? We're 3 weeks later. What is your thoughts now? Like, what do you think?
I wish I had a freaking clue on where my son was, to be honest with you. None of it makes sense.
But not so much where he was, but like if you just play it back in your head, like if you think, what in the world happened? I mean, what could have happened? Is there things like maybe that you've thought over and over as a mother, what could have happened? Something ring a bell from a week ago, a month ago, something that's clicked to you. I mean, anything.
I mean, all I can say is everything that I've come up with, um, I've asked law enforcement to look into, and so far nothing has led to anything substantial in finding him. I mean, we've gone over wild probabilities,
Hey,
all
you got a
sorts of
lifelike working,
stuff.
Bell?
And
Yeah, I'm looking at that right now. They never said nothing about it on the radio.
we
10-4.
I haven't been able to figure out anything that explains where my son is.
Yeah. And they want to know, do you know this Katie Fisher or Carrie Fisher personally, the one that redirected the search? Was it,
No,
you know who I'm talking about? She was a convicted felon.
Yes,
I
I know
heard
you're talking
about
about.
that, but no, I've never met her before.
How
I
do you
don't
feel
know
about
her at all.
how do you feel about that?
We talked to the law enforcement about it to ask because we didn't know anything about it until we started getting told that there was, an issue and somebody felon was potentially interrupting the searches and whatnot. And we went to them and was like, what the heck? Like, what is this? What are y'all doing with it? Is this true? And I don't know all of the results on if law enforcement like directly addressed her or anything like that. I just know that that she led a search, I believe, down in Goodlettsville.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, at least it was a search that happened.
So you don't think she hurt anything, or like as far as the searches or anything, do you? Do you think it was just something that blew up on the internet? I know they got her out. She's not allowed to search anymore, but I mean, do you think it was something that just blew out of proportion?
I mean, it's nothing more than an opinion, but I think probably because
Yeah.
law enforcement said that there was no like hindrance that they know of that happened from that, but it's beyond the whole internet blow up.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That was just the question that was on here too. And okay, so they want to know, somebody always L8 wants to know why Sebastian was wearing pull-ups at your home. I think we covered that, and not, oh no, they want to know if he was afraid of Chris. Is that why he was wearing the pull-ups?
No, he wasn't wearing pull-ups because he was afraid of Chris. Sebastian had a recent autism diagnosis, but Sebastian has a chromosome deletion that he was diagnosed with when he was a baby.
Yeah. So that's what they were saying. Always L8. Um, okay, so that's about Carrie. A couple people asked me that one. Okay. Um, what are some of the signs or symptoms for Sebastian if he misses his medicine?
He's got combined type ADHD, so he does get, hyper. Um, his behaviors become a little more like he'll flip flop between his moods more, like being overly excited or, um, he has periods where he's really calm, whatever it is that he's playing or fidgeting with.
Yeah,
He um, can become a little more temperamental, like more easily aggravated. Not that he becomes violent, but he just gets aggravated easier.
right.
He does get an increased appetite when he's off of his meds. An unfortunate side effect of those is that they do suppress the appetite a little bit. So he'll eat more.
Mhm.
But and he will be more, I'm trying to think of the right word. Um, like when he'll start telling you something, he'll be on a bunch of different subjects, but all like in the same sentence.
He's
Right.
very
So
sporadic.
his
He's
thoughts
very
become less
sporadic. He's all over the
coordinated.
place.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
becomes a lot less coordinated in his thoughts.
Yeah. Oh. So okay. So when he took. Okay. So Katie, the trash cans at the end of the driveway Sunday night. Was
Mhm.
there any strange cars around then? Did the dogs, and they want to know, did the dog pick up that scent at the end of the driveway?
Can
So,
I? No, okay.
Okay.
go ahead.
No, so I'd like to clarify this whole dog scent thing for once and for all.
Mhm.
So the dog scent, everybody said, "Oh, the dogs didn't get scent. Dogs didn't get." The dogs got a scent.
Mhm.
What the dogs got and where it led to, there's a lot of misinformation as far as to the road, to the construction site, to this, to that, to this. Um, for the record, there were so many dogs used. I don't know if we actually have a true count. On the day one, there was 5 dogs automatically. We know for a fact. They brought dogs in from out of state, different counties, all over the place. Um, but of all the dogs, there was a couple that took them through a construction zone
Mhm.
and took them over to a retention pond.
Uh-huh.
Now, the retention pond is no higher than knee deep.
Right.
They walked it and they drained it, but from there the scent disappears. There's poof.
Right. Right. Why did you lawyer up? They said.
Well, I mean, who's my lawyer? I'd love to meet him. I mean, I'm not trying to be a smart ass, folks.
Yeah, I don't
We
know.
don't.
I'm just
I
asking.
mean, if somebody said we got a lawyer, I'd like to meet him because, sure.
Yeah, I have no clue. I'm just reading the questions. So let's see. So somebody said, explain to me why you keep making comments about what people think of you, Chris. Why not focus on searching for Sebastian? I'm just reading. I'm just reading the questions. I can't see all of them until I pop them up, unless I can see the very top. We'll see. Okay, let's see with this. 3 Tennessee families, each kid missing a child. 2 of the 3, at least one present on social media. At least one parent on social media whom is more concerned with how they begin being betrayed or treated. So what about getting the word out about their child? So I guess what they're saying is, are you like, who are you? Why are you worried about who gets the word out about your child? I guess that's what they're asking. That's the only thing that makes sense to me, but I could be wrong. Like, why does it matter who gets the word out about your child as long as it gets out? Oh, did he drop down again? Whoops. No, he's still there. You still there, Chris?
Hello, can you hear me now? I don't know
Okay.
what happened.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, like they're
The whole thing about I heard your question. My answer is simple. We want correct information out there. We don't want false information, which unfortunately somebody has put out false information. And the downside is I mean, one anchor in particular. I don't need to put the name out there,
it's okay.
but the one news anchor, instead of just reporting, kept insinuating stuff, which in itself is a problem. And it drew the focus away from Sebastian and started focusing more on, who did it? Who did it? Well, these people are, and that was a problem. So we don't want false information. None of the parents, none of the family members want false information. We just want the accurate information out there and people to focus on finding him instead of bashing parents or bashing something that they don't like, and just if people would put that focus into finding Sebastian instead of bashing us, that would be amazing. We love you all regardless. I don't,
I understand that. But here, listen, I know, and y'all let me get back to the comment. I'll get back to this in a minute. I think, uh-oh, Uh-oh, Lord have mercy. Now I can't. Oh, there's my, oh, there's my comments. Sorry, y'all. I can't see my comments. I'll get back to all that. Thank you for all that. I'll get back to that in a minute. It's just too many, and I don't know how much further along it goes down. But I just don't see what's the difference in that. And maybe, and we do want the correct. I said this from the day that I opened this up. I want to make sure the correct information, and I'll try my very best to do that no matter what. And I could be wrong on some things. I really could. It's hard to get facts out about everything, and I'll correct if I'm wrong. But listen, and on this channel, I do say things that others won't say, and that's okay. But because I do care and I'm passionate about the kids. I don't care. I'm not in it for the money, the clicks, likes, views, whatever. I don't care. That's not what I'm here for. But Chris, it's what you said. So I'm asking you, why not go on these big channels or bigger channels, see, or little channels? It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is, what does it matter? Is it that important to you that a person you feel, and your feelings are your feelings, but I'm just saying that you feel is getting this misinformation or this information about you or digging the dirt on you. Now, I'm just saying, I'm not saying that's right or wrong. What I'm trying to say is, or you go on this channel per se. He dropped off again. Hold on. Paste it back up. Y'all must have, are you having a Wi-Fi issues or storm, or is that where he's at right now working?
I think it's where he's at.
Yeah. Yeah. He said he wasn't invited to Nancy Grace, but I'm sure she would love to have them.
We've actually reached out to Nancy Grace and hadn't heard back. We didn't know about the Nancy Grace interview.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think she would love to have it. Here he goes. Okay.
I think it would be great because she's got such a vast audience and a way of getting it out there big time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But Chris, I was just going to say, what's the difference in that and being on any channel that maybe is just trying to make a name for themselves? Is that not like? Is that not who's not really does stuff like this? I mean, I'm just asking. I mean, is that not important to y'all?
Finding Sebastian is every bit as important as anything else. But at the same time, do I want to sit down with somebody who's drugged me through the mud, continues to drag us through the mud, and keeps putting false information out there, which causes a lot of problems, not just for us, but for the law enforcement folks that are also doing their job trying to find Sebastian? It's an issue.
Well, can I just ask you,
Just
what about Nick Barris? I mean,
that's who we're referring to.
Okay. I don't know anything about that, so I'm just gonna say okay. Okay.
Right, and unfortunately, and it's nothing against everybody out there. There's stuff that people don't know, and they're not going to be. They won't know because they weren't privy to the conversations.
Yeah.
Not only that, but it just sucks. And there's a
Yeah.
difference in journalism and trying to get your Emmy nomination. There's a difference.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Okay.
And I'm not, and like I said, I'm not trying to be mean, but
Oh no. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure this out. So yeah.
I mean, trust me. If I can go to everybody else and I can go get all these people, and we can get Nancy Grace and we get anybody else out there to spread the word, I'm not going to worry about one anchor. I'm not.
Right. Well, I say everybody, needs to do it. I mean, everybody needs to do what they can, no matter if they're this big, or this big, or gigantic, but it's just, it is what it is.
Simple.
It needs to be found, and that's all there is to it. But Chris, I'm going to ask you, same thing I asked Katie a while ago. If you could say anything in this world that you rethunk this 3 weeks, what would you say to Sebastian today, tonight, right now, again? I mean, it don't have to be the same thing. It could be now. What are you feeling tonight?
I miss him. I want him home. Looking forward to him being back home. I'm looking to see, happy to get things back to normal instead of chaos.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a man of emotional words, but Sebastian, he knows. Deep down, he knows.
What would you do if you could change anything about that Sunday? And I know you were not home, but what would you do if you could change anything about that Sunday?
Let's say that one more time. I'm sorry, I misunderstood that.
If you could turn back time and you could change anything about that Sunday, what would it be? I know you were not home. You were in Memphis. But if you could do anything over about that Sunday, what would you do?
If I could go back and change anything, I wished I was able to work in town. Maybe things would have been different because we both would have been home. Um, I don't know. I mean, there's so many shoulda, coulda, wouldas, and I wished I could have, and wished I would have, and I don't have the answers because I don't know. I mean, I know I got my stepson's missing. My house is not whole. There's a big emptiness right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Somebody said it took you 7 hours to get home. I don't know.
It's a 7+ hour round trip from my house to Memphis.
Yeah. No. Yeah. It's not. Yeah. So they're saying that some people were saying that you like didn't leave right away and you were waiting, and we already went through all that. So
Well, and some of those folks' comment is correct. Yes,
yeah.
yes, because I could not leave. I can't just. It's not a normal job. You can't just tell your boss I'm out of here and walk out the door, get in your car and leave. I mean, there's a lot of safety involved.
Yeah.
Sebastian's dad, same thing. He's not going to be able to just be like, "Hey, I'm out of here," and walk out the door. I left as soon as I could, when I could.
What let's see. Somebody wants to know why you didn't want him around your daughter.
That is a personal family matter.
Okay.
That unfortunately, that's not one I'm going to open up.
Okay.
It's not
Well, okay, you don't have to. Let me ask you this in another
Yeah.
way. Let me ask you this in my way, not their way. I heard that it's possible. Well, I heard that is he supposed to be a witness in some kind of case that you have with your wife? Is that true?
Well,
Okay.
No, ma'am.
No.
So I've heard that somebody said he was supposed to be a witness in my custody case with my daughter,
Okay.
and absolutely not.
Okay.
Um, I don't know where that came from, but I mean, I when I heard it, I was laughing internally. I was like, really? Okay.
Yeah. Well, I was just kind of wondering how that would work, but yeah, um, I just thought I would clear that up. But okay, so I won't keep y'all on here all night, but I want to ask you, like, how did there's just a couple more. How come Ellie, do you think, hasn't publicly cleared you, like in the public cleared you, come out and said, hey, their parents are clear? Because I
They
know what you've
can't.
said, Chris.
Right, but
Why?
they can't.
Why?
Because the
Protocol.
investigation is still ongoing because Sebastian is still missing, which is why they came out and clarified that no, we are not suspects, and yes, we are. Um,
I mean, if you're not guilty, the first thing that they would do, just like with Elizabeth Smart, is come out and say they're not guilty. Same thing with Brandy. I mean, Brandy Neal Monkey, Michael Monkey Vaughn's mom. I mean, that's what they're going to do. I mean, they're not going to, and others in the news. That's just who I think you're familiar with. But that's what they're going to do. They're not going to like just allow you to be sitting there hanging in the public's eye and take all this criticism and stuff.
and yet
So
they
because there's so many agencies involved in this investigation,
I agree.
and I mean across the board, and you think of an alphabet, it's probably involved, unfortunately.
Hmm.
Um, but at the same time, I have begged and begged and begged, and so has my wife. Seth, when he was at the house before, same thing. We all asked, why can't you come out and just say it? Y'all told us to our faces,
Hmm.
you know, it, and the response we get, because it's an ongoing investigation and protocol does not allow us to do that. And that is
Hmm.
the answer we're given.
Hmm. And I'm not saying you're telling a lie. I'm just wondering why, because I would be demanding. I really would be demanding. I'm just trying to think, I would do everything in my power to, and I'm not saying you're not. I'm not saying again, one of my intros has it on there. I'm not saying, but you are suspicious or this is suspicious. However, I say it. And I mean that. I mean, things don't add up. Stuff don't add up. I'm not going to sugarcoat stuff, but I'm not trying to be disrespectful either. I'm
No,
really
I
not.
mean, so here's something that's very unique. Um, and I mean, we talk about it whenever they come and they talk to us or they call us on the phone. This is a case that literally has got all of these agencies stumped. Okay, and I'm saying this very openly as far as plain devil's advocate. Let's say one of us was suspected of foul play. Let's say something, right?
Right.
There's no way that we would outdupe all these agencies. There's no way. However, this 15-year-old boy has managed to outdupe everybody. Call him Houdini. He always wanted to be a ninja, and we kept goofing around. Well, he has officially done it because poof, nothing. And it's the cops have told us this is a case that will go down as a researched study case where they're asking the questions and looking for answers, and literally nothing. Everything they try to come up with, blank.
Yeah. Yeah, everything is just, it's really strange. It's really strange. I don't know. Um, mm,
I mean, I wish there was something, anything.
I do too. If I could get it, out there somehow. I mean, from what I see, I don't know for a fact. There's almost 1,700 people in here. That's big for me because I don't never have that. Numbers don't matter to me. But somebody pointed out, stop saying that, Smiley, because it matters when these kids are at risk. Yeah, I mean that it is. It's important when I'm talking about a child missing, and this definitely means a lot. That so many people are in here. They're in here because of you guys. Thank you. You guys need to be out here, in my opinion, speaking on him, not fighting with the Facebook groups. I see you in there. It makes me want to go in there because sometimes you push the wrong buttons with me. I'm just
Well,
saying.
and don't get me wrong, and I, like I said, and I've opened that communication with you, and I told you, you
You
want to
know,
talk, you call me, you want to send me a message, something, and as I've been very respectful to you, I haven't,
you have.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I may not always say the right things, I may not, but it's that last time I looked in the mirror, I'm a human. I'm entitled to my emotions. I'm entitled to my opinions, and I respect those, and I respect everybody else's just as much.
Yes, sir.
There's one thing that compassion is a virtue that is in very short demand in today's society. Because if you sit back and you look at all these families, now we got another one, Riley, you know, 6'7" guy disappeared in the flood, gone. Now we got another family that's hurting.
Yeah.
You know, if you, as a person, ever set in the shoes that me, Katie, and Seth sit in to this day, or the Riley family for that much, I promise you, the outlook that you're gonna see from our view, you'll understand it. You'll be so riddled with emotions, and you really don't care because all you want is the same end result. You just want your loved one.
Right. Right. I know it don't get any easier each day that passes. It don't. They want to know if it's possible, since y'all were on the phone, if he could have tried to walk to Chris's work. Thought maybe he was that close, the building site. The construction site that was by your house. Maybe he thought that was Chris's
Oh
job.
Lord, no, 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 no. Sebastian, no. Sebastian knows when my job sites. Oh, he knows what to look for, and
The
what I
construction
do
site.
has no equipment of that manufacturer on that site. Period.
Yeah.
The,
Go ahead, Katie. I'm
the
sorry.
construction site near our house isn't like a skyscraper. It's just houses and homes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're building a small subdivision.
Yeah.
And we've searched it several times.
I mean, I'm currently sitting. I mean, today's my last night covering this crane, but I'm sitting at Vanderbilt University at the hospital, 300 feet in the air, with a skyline view, and I get to sit here and do what I do. But I also sit here and I watch life flight helicopters come in and land every so often at Vanderbilt and at the Children's Hospital, and
Yeah.
I have nothing but to sit here and wonder, could one of those be Sebastian?
Yeah. I understand. I understand. Well, my prayers are certainly with every one of y'all. and Seth and Katie and you and the grandmother and everybody and Sebastian. I want everybody to the whole Hendersonville, the community, people that didn't know him love him, and I want to see this come to an end in a good way. In a good way, just to think positive, happy thoughts. Just think happy thoughts.
Very, very true.
And if anybody has any information, you know to call that number 615-442-1865 or the 1-800-TBI-FINE. See, I got moved it, but please print one of these out. Print it out. Pass it out everywhere. You never know. Again, like I asked you today, put it in your mail. Don't hurt if you mail a letter to somebody. It's your old friend. Mail it. Put it in there. Send it all over the world.
Well, I mean, it's funny you say that because I've got confirmation that there's folks in Australia, Spain, England, Austria,
UK.
UK that they've got wind of this and they've got some posters posted. So it was actually kind of cool. I've never thought that would happen, but that's pretty cool.
Absolutely, it is. Absolutely. Yeah. But Funny Face Brenda says love should have brought you home. Yeah. And they were talking about he wanted friends. He's got more friends than he will ever know what to do with. That's for sure. That's for sure.
Well, I said it before, when he does come home, and everybody complained to how packed the block was with cop cars. Well, he's now become like the son of Sumner County, so it's gonna be a long line.
Yeah. Yeah. I sure hope it's soon. I sure hope it's soon. Was there anything that you would like to say that either one of you that you think that we can do to help? I mean, that we can really do to help those near, those far? I don't know.
I want to spread his face to the ends of the earth and back because he's out there somewhere and someone does know something and someone needs to come forward. Whoever may have him, assuming that someone might have him, needs to let him come home. And we need everybody everywhere to see his face and to know his face. All the missing children. But I personally think that the more people that know his face, the more likely it is that if he is out somewhere, that more likely someone will actually recognize him and be able to call and we can bring him home.
And we can do that, and we have these platforms. Will you, consider doing something for me, though? Will you please consider talking to some of the bigger creators? And it don't have to be like the news or whatever, but like, would you consider talking to some, especially, I know JLR again, Chris, I hope I got you calmed down on that a little bit.
I'm calm. I mean, emotions can sometimes get the best of a person.
I know. And because I personally want the word out. And what Katie just said about, that was perfect, what she just said. But if you will allow yourself, and listen, if you ever have a question and you want to private ask me, look, is this person, whatever. I've had my fair share with some of these people. Okay. Let me tell you, I'm not going to say, but it's your ultimate decision. I would say, I don't know. I'd watch that one, because what I don't want, I don't want these creators who's going to end up like Summer Wells case and then be fighting each other. I don't want that. Okay. This is about him. Okay. This is about him. But what I want
Well,
you to consider is, I want you to consider, Chris and Katie, to please, right now, early on, go ahead and let's get his name and face out there. And please consider talking. I mean, you got Jay for Justice. You got, and she's sweet. I mean, just let bigger channels, please talk to them. You know, the ones that's really for the kids, please. I'm just looked up because I'm nobody, and you did make a promise to me. Trev time is, I know you spoke with him already on another channel. I don't know how you feel about that, but he really is for the kids.
well,
You
here's
know,
what I'll say about Trev, and I'm gonna say this open and publicly.
it's okay.
So Trev sent me a message and he apologized.
Hmm.
He apologized to me and my wife because he made a mistake. He got wrapped up in, I'm going to call it the sauce. He got wrapped up in that with jumping on the bandwagon of assuming and accusing us. Now, he went back and he has changed that. He has apologized.
Hmm.
That right there alone, I'll do your show
Hmm.
because you did it. You did what you were supposed to do as a man or a woman, excuse me. A
Yeah.
new age thing nowadays. Sorry. Um, Righteousness, the right thing, that will get you a lot farther than the rest of it. I mean, it's one thing, and that's what I'm saying. JLR, this dude, he's gonna have to make a public apology. He's gonna have to make it public for me to consider him. And the reason why I say that is because how much crap he put out there and to the level he has gone to certain topics. There's one topic, okay? My kids don't
Yeah.
cross that line.
I
I don't care who
understand.
you are.
I understand. I'm just saying,
I mean,
and it don't even have
one
to
of
be.
the one of the reasons it took us a little bit longer to do some of these interviews, okay, and this is before we started doing interviews and talking with media, we were kind of advised, hold off, don't do that. Well, eventually got to the point we needed to start talking to the media.
Hmm.
The parents, myself, Katie, and Seth, all decided, we made a pact in the beginning. Hey, if we're going to do this, we're going to keep each other in the loop. We're going to talk to each other and ask. We're not just going to go out here and do our own thing. Okay. That has always been our pact. We would call Seth and say, hey, initially he didn't want to do any type of interviews, and we understood that.
Hmm.
And I asked him, I said, hey, man, do you want to phone in with us? Do you want to come to the house and we'll do this as a group? What do you want to do? We've tried and we want to do this as a group. Unfortunately, somewhere along the way, we've all kind of gotten off track, and he's kind of gone out and done his thing. We've kind of done our thing. Mrs. Rogers done her thing. I think his sister may have done something. I mean, but it's everybody's getting the word out.
Hmm.
You know,
Yeah. I just don't want anybody's ego and nobody to get in the way. I mean, I'm just saying, because Katie did say it perfect just a minute ago. And if you can say it for the, for the flyers and stuff, I just want it to be known that, because I always say, and no matter if it's a missing child, I always say it. Sometimes I do little things on, just what's in my heart and stuff. Sometimes it could be on freaking, I don't know, it had nothing to do with a person. Sometimes I just get into my feelings sometimes I come on here, and it ends up, somebody says, you don't know what you did you? And it's just a lesson or something. I don't know. I can't think off the top of my head right now. But I always say, no matter how little we are, we might take and say something, and then somebody sees it, and then they share it, and it goes on and on and on, and somebody really might be helped by it. Well, it's the same thing with Sebastian. Somebody might share it, come in 2 weeks from now, or hopefully not that long, but and see him somewhere or remember something, and something may click, or it could be tomorrow, tonight, an hour from now, and it really may help. But sometimes you need other creators, and it just needs to all just flow like that. I don't know, no matter how big or how small. And it don't matter to me. I want to kind of promote everybody. If they have a channel and they're good and they have good intentions, I don't care who it is. I don't care what they do. And I just hope that y'all, as the parents of him, don't let your ego get in the way. Just let it roll off, and do what you got to do. Just bring him home. Bring him home. I just hope that makes sense. I
It
mean,
does.
I hope it's okay advice, and I hope I'm not overstepping saying that.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're right. Trev is a good guy. I'm glad he did whatever he had to do.
Well, he didn't have to do it. He
Yeah,
manned up and apologized because he made a mistake, and he said, "Look, I know I did. I'm apologizing. Appreciate that, man. That means a lot."
yeah, absolutely, absolutely, yeah,
Now, all your viewers out there, I want to say, thank everybody, regardless of what your personal opinion is of me, my wife, the situation, the bio father, anybody. It doesn't matter. I personally say thank you for being able to continue to spread the word, be a part of this, and in any form, shape, or fashion. Um, and just know that you got 3 parents missing a son that needs to be home. And compassion
yeah,
is, like I said, in short demand and could be overfloweth with people out there if we could just find a way to become all one united group, and we can just do this.
yeah. I agree. I agree. It's sometimes it's hard though. Something pops off, or you hear this, and you gotta just do it. And again, like I told you when I first talked to you through there, I was just like, we got to set our feelings aside. I mean, number one for me is you have to understand, I have to think of all sides, and I have to do until they say. And I think outside the box. I'm not like any of these other people. I'm not with them. I don't really, there's a couple I might talk to here and there, but I don't work with nobody. Get that straight, everybody, while you're on my channel now. Even these creators wonder, what do you do, Sally? I don't work with nobody. If I want to know something, I'm pretty much going to go to you. If I'm going to call you out, I'll get on here and fire up a live and I'll call you out. I'm not like these people, but don't put me with everybody else,
Well, I mean,
So
there's
I have my
just
feelings too, and I think what I want, and I say what I want, and sometimes it's not good.
well,
But I'm
there's like I said, there's information that we still, um, even as of today, we had a meeting with law enforcement, and we've asked them verbatim, like everything we've been saying. Is there anything you want us to change? Is there anything new that we can put out? And honestly, they said exactly what y'all been putting out, the way you've been putting out is exactly what you need to do. Don't add to it, don't take away from it. And trust me, it kills us because mm, there's facts that we could put out there and it would put a lot of things to rest, but we can't because of they say it can potentially cause issues to the investigation.
yeah, yeah. Um, and somebody said, Smiley asked the hard question. I don't know what y'all want me to ask, because that's what you better tell me before I get off of here. Because if you have anything, I'll ask 2 or 3 more questions, and I'm not going to ask any more because we've been on here 3 hours, y'all. And what do you want me to ask? Seriously.
Make them good. Come on. I know
Make,
y'all got them hard ones.
yeah, make them good. Ask something that's not been asked before. I wasn't expecting he was going to tell me. I was on Justin's panel, and I wasn't expecting he was going to tell me to come on right now. So,
Well, the reason, so just to clear this up, because I had already heard that somebody in that show popped off and said, "Well, he don't talk to a man."
mhm.
Well, I'm not jumping on that show because that wasn't your show. That was his show that
Oh
y'all
yeah,
were in. I told you and made you a promise that I'd come talk to you.
yeah,
Never promised them.
yeah. I understand that. So yeah, and I did tell you, hey, yeah, and you said, how do you feel about that? And I said, yeah, I will do it, and I'll fire up a live right now. So I guess you thought I'd fire up a live right now, and I would. So they said, oh, let's go over there. So it worked
And
out
see,
fine.
they could have jumped in on your show. I wouldn't have been upset with that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have cared.
So, well, Josh came over, and but look, um, yeah, but see, I have to stop there, and then I had to come fire this one up over here.
Yeah, I'm
So it's
sorry.
confusing. No, it's fine. It's confusing, but yeah. And then I was like, I have to go to the bathroom real quick. I better do that because I don't know how this is going to go. I really thought you were going to be mad at me for what I
No,
said, but anyway, I'm like, but anyway, I had to get ready. I had to get prepared to put on my boxing gloves.
no, and I mean, you put on boxing glove thinking this, you walking into a slugfest. No,
Yeah, I wasn't
I
sure.
told you what I would do, and I've delivered, and I, like I said,
You did.
you got people out there want to ask a hard question. And I got no problem still to this day. Tell them, find me on Facebook.
Yeah,
You want to ask a question that wasn't answered in the show? Hit me up on Facebook. Send me a
yeah,
direct message. I'll answer you.
yeah. Tam just wants to know before we go. She does want to know, what do you think should happen to the person if they did anything to Sebastian, or somebody took him out of the house? What do you think should happen to them?
Oh, they should absolutely be punished to the fullest extent possible.
I'm going to give you two answers. And the first answer is going to be exactly what Mom said.
Yeah,
The legal system will do its due justice.
yeah,
My non so legal issue is just imagine what a mama bear does when her cubs are attacked
yeah,
and what a mama bear could do.
yeah,
Just leave it at that. I mean, I'm not saying I'm going to hurt somebody. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying the attacks. I mean, if you hurt our son, and just hope law enforcement gets a hold of you.
yeah, yeah. Well, I will. I appreciate it, and I don't. I know that y'all have been through a lot, and again, I'm sorry for, I had to ask you that, Katie, over there, but I wanted to know, and if I say something, I'm just going to ask it, and that's just the way that I am. I don't mean to make your lives harder, but if you're answering questions on Facebook and groups and stuff like that, um, I think it's all fair, kind of fair game.
Yes, ma'am.
But I do want to be respectful about it, and I do want to continue to bring awareness. All I can say is I'm just human too, and I just want to bring awareness to Sebastian, and hopefully somebody will see him or know what happened or come forward and get this taken care of, where he can get back where he needs to be. So, is there anything else y'all would like to say?
Just thank you for helping spread the word and helping to search for my son.
Yeah.
My prayers and thoughts go out to everybody. We're all going to have our own differences of opinions, okay? But we pray and we have thoughts, and it's all in good kindness and good hearted. And we love you all. But thank you, and please keep spreading the word about Sebastian. Keep him in your thoughts, keep him in your hearts. and hopefully we'll get him home very, very soon. And we'll see about trying to do a big old welcome home bash.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I have to
Absolutely.
rent out a big public space for that.
Yeah. We're going to hold the commissioner that
Yep.
pay for it.
Uh,
Absolutely. Well, I thank you for joining me, and I won't keep you long, all night, because I know y'all are tired and everything, and I just I thank you for holding up to your end of the deal.
well, like I said, ma'am, I meant my word. Wanted you to know it, and like I said, anybody's available to ask me a question, I'll answer them to the best of my ability as soon as I can. Um, I mean, ultimately, we are searching for Sebastian as a community. Everybody, you know.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And y'all, I appreciate everybody in here, my mods. I appreciate all the questions. I appreciate everything. And if any of y'all have any questions, you know you can find him on Facebook. You can message him. That's how I got a hold of him. And then I spoke with him in the or I made a comment under the Hendersonville Facebook, Finding Sebastian. And I think there's more than one. I'm probably signed up to all of them. But anyway, he answered, and he's answering. And, there's nothing that we can do except continue to pray, pass out flyers, pass these around, talk about him, keep his name out, and continue to look. They want you to continue to look, search the properties that you've already searched. He could have come back. Do everything that you can. And if you see something, say something, please.
Yes,
Yes, anything. Contact Bobby Simmons at 1-800-TBI-FIND. He's the investigator up there at TBI, or Brian Carter at 615-451-3838. And, we just, it's still an Amber Alert. We have to get Sebastian Rogers found, period. And that's that. So I thank you all, and I hope you have a great night. Y'all try to get some rest, okay?
yes, ma'am. You too.
All right. Thank you so much for joining me, both of you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, y'all.
Every 90 seconds, someone is reported missing. Many return to their families. For others, something has gone seriously wrong. A young mother has vanished.
Jan's really strong. It was puzzling. How can you just disappear and go missing?
No one knew where she was, not just family, but friends and associates. Nothing.
A chance encounter breaks open the case.
She'd given him around about £1,400 over the period of time.
What happens in the police investigation that follows?
2 officers there, one of them got the crowbar out of the van, broke open the lock.
What happens to the family at its heart?
Never get this out of my head. Jan's kids crying and just cuddling each other.
When missing turns to murder.
Me and Jan grew up together from a very young age. She was known by quite a few names. Her real name, Turkish name, is Midi Jan, but she didn't really like that name. A lot of people used to call her Mary Jane because it was easier to pronounce as well, or MJ, or most of us called her Jan. We had a really good upbringing together. We had a lot of fun. We'd go clubbing, we'd hire out venues and functions and do our own parties. Jan was a street dancer, so she'd also teach kids street dance as well. When we was growing up, Jan was always really lively, bubbly, always happy, really loud. You'd hear her before you saw her. She enjoyed life. She was very, very independent, very proud of anything that she done. We just had a lot of fun as teenagers.
But even the closest of families drift apart.
Around early 30s, we started losing touch. She just met her new partner. So, like you do when you get a new partner, you just focus on your relationship. And Jan was pregnant with a little girl at the time. So she was busy doing everything. I had other stuff going on. So we just drifted apart and lost touch.
With young children and busy lives, time passes.
And then 6 years later, around May 2018, I was flicking on Facebook one day. I come across the missing persons poster. I couldn't believe it. I was so shocked. I was like, why is she missing? What's happened? Is she okay? It was just a panic. You just don't know what to react, don't know what to do. I contacted her sister Mel that had put the poster up. And I said, like, what should we do? She'd already contacted missing persons. They were the ones who supplied the poster.
So the first time I heard of the Mary Jane Mustafa case was via the police. So the police contacted us to assist with publicity, but also with a request to support the family.
Mary Jane Mustafa was a constant family person, and then everything stopped. And the concern grew and grew and grew. And after a few days, it became apparent that no one knew where she was, not just family, but friends and associates. And that's why, quite rightly, she was reported missing by her family.
We offered to be there and to support the family, not only through our publicity, but also emotional support through that process in whatever way that we can.
Because Jan went by different names, we changed a few of the posters to different names. Jan had lost quite a lot of weight from the time that I'd known her. She was about 5 stone around the time that she'd went missing. So some of the pictures didn't look like her anymore. So we tried to get 5 or 6 different photos for people to recognise her. And then we would go out daily.
From the minute that Mary Jane Mustafa was reported missing, the family were already doing their own investigation.
Because I'd not seen Jan for 6 years, I was looking for the Jan that I knew, the healthy Jan, bubbly, lively, would stick up for herself, wouldn't take nothing. Even if she'd got attacked, Jan's really strong, she could deal with it. So for me, it was puzzling what had actually happened to her. Like, how can you just disappear and go missing? So as the weeks went on, I started to learn what had happened to Jan in the 6 years that I didn't see her. Jan was a working mum and had her own place. Around the time she had a letter to say that her housing benefit had stopped. Jan had a little bit of learning difficulties. Sometimes she wouldn't understand. She's too busy working, she's busy with the kids. She was very independent, she wouldn't ask for help, so the letters started piling up and piling up. Jan ended up getting evicted from her house at Upton Park, and she ended up having to move in with her mum and the children in Custom House in Kennington. Not a very nice area. She became really depressed and stressed because she was always independent. So having this life living on your own as a working mum to having to move in with your mum and the kids, she found that really hard. Jan used to love to write. She loved poems. So a lot of her life we learned from her diaries. There's probably about 20, 30 diaries that we found, and they were everywhere, and they were year by year. Jan had spiraled out of control. Jan ended up getting onto the drugs. She ended up getting addicted. And her diaries were all a cry for help. I want to go rehab. I look in the mirror and I don't like who I see. She was so vulnerable.
Mary Jane had somewhat of a chaotic lifestyle. She was quite vulnerable. She had got herself in with some bad people over the years, and drugs became part of her life.
Family was telling me what they'd gone through with Jan, trying to get her into rehab. She'd collapse, they'd have to take her into hospital. She'd get better, then she'd mix with her friends again. It would just go over and over and over again.
But one of the things that remained constant with her was her contact with her family, even though this other part of her life was a little bit out of control. When all of a sudden everything stopped. So when Mary Jane Mustafa was reported missing, it was difficult because no one knew where Mary Jane had actually gone missing from. There was certainly a transient part of her lifestyle where she might stay with somebody one time and stay with somebody another time. And so it became difficult, I think, at that particular point to understand, well, where was she last seen?
We ended up setting up the missing persons Facebook page, which we shared on community pages. And then I'd print up posters and post them out to people to share in their area. I contacted New Recorder, who put Jan on the front page of the paper. They'd put a lot of her stuff online. Any sightings that we got, they'd share. They helped a lot with the investigation. They were amazing. Missing Persons started advertising Jan's posters on billboards, bus stops and stuff like that as well.
We also had our social media publicity, digital boards, which are the huge digital posters that you see out and about, and the Big Issue, who work in conjunction with us and sometimes show some missing appeals.
The experiences we went through, we really had good and bad. The people in Whitechapel were absolutely amazing, really went out their way to help us. Mel would go out some evenings when I wasn't about. She'd be looking in tents under the homeless arches and park benches, and we would put ourselves in a lot of danger.
A family that is doing their own investigation and finding bits and pieces out, hearing rumours, often speaking to so many people, visiting so many areas. That was exactly the case in Mary Jane's disappearance.
Mary Jane's sister Mel, cousin Aisha, and Mary Jane's family's search for her takes them all over the country.
There was a sighting that came up in Cardiff. From the video that we saw, it really, really did look like Jan from the back. So Mel went down to Cardiff that evening, but 2-3 days they were there. The girl never came back. We had another one from Brighton. Again, it wasn't Jan. One morning, when I checked my Facebook account, I had a message saying that there was a sighting in Victoria Station the night before. So I went around the train station. There was pubs there, there was shops, just anywhere I could really around the area. Everyone that I've spoken to, no one had spotted this girl in the picture that I was showing. It was a really long, tiring day. Just made our way home with no joy. And then a few days later, the lady contacted me. She'd seen the lady again and sent me a picture. It wasn't her. It didn't look nothing like her. It was actually a really old lady. So it was quite disappointing. We would always ring the police first and let them know what we found. The police were always negative. They would say to us, "You're looking too much into it." And we're like, "But if it's a sighting, whether it's her or not, you have to go and check." They wouldn't.
The family are doing everything they can. They want the police to do more.
The family were feeding information back into the police. I think they became frustrated that nothing was coming of that. It's very difficult at that point where the police are investigating missing people to say, look, it appears that what the information you were told is not necessarily true. That can become frustrating. Where you need to think about it is following the facts, not rumors and everything else. You can try and investigate something to see if that rumor actually is true, but if you can't prove it, it's not a fact at that point. And that's frustrating for families that are giving information, doing so much like Mary Jane's family were.
The police investigation was consistent really with what happens when any adult goes missing. They will put in some inquiries, but this person could have left of their own free will. It is just, unfortunately, not the same as a child going missing, and therefore, they do not get the same resources.
Sitting within an investigation unit of missing persons, maybe 30 or 40 people, 60 perhaps, who are in the same boat as Mary Jane was. And that's always a problem because you don't have 60 officers to investigate. You might have 2, 3, 4, 5. So when you start to look at the ratio of how many people are investigating that many missing people, and then there might be a high risk one comes in and everybody goes towards that one.
I always say to people now that I speak to, if your family member's missing, don't rely on anyone but yourself. It's only going to be you and your family and your friends that made this case as big as it was. No one else done that but us.
They were at their wits' end. Mary Jane's cousin, Aisha, was in tears. She just couldn't believe that there was no new information. Obviously, the strain this was causing on other members of the family, Mary Jane's mother, her children, so an extremely difficult time.
The sightings were all the way through the whole year. We'd get 2-3 months, there was none. And then in 1 month, we'd have like 5 or 6. So it was draining.
And after 10 months, there was no new information.
And all different things go in your head. Has she done this? Knowing the people that she was hanging about with, did anyone kidnap her? Is it someone we know?
By this point, they were absolutely desperate, and there's a feeling that they would perhaps never find out what happened to Mary Jane, be it good or bad. They just wanted something.
The police are contacted by a local woman about what appears to be an entirely unconnected issue.
There was a lady, a church going lady who had befriended a man, and she kind of saw a task to try and help him. And that unfortunately meant she was giving him money that he said was for travel to get him home or to help get somewhere to live, but really was to just help his lifestyle of drugs and everything else he was doing. She'd given him around about £1,400 over the period of time. And then one day she said, "I want to meet you." And he'd already told her he wasn't very well, but she was demanding that he meet her and, "What are you doing?" And, I'm trying to help you here. And she goes to his flat. He wasn't there, he wasn't answering. And she called the police to say, well, this guy, he said he's not very well, I've been helping him, and he is now not answering his door. The officers reported back and said, well, there's not quite enough just yet. He might be out, might have not remembered. We'll keep it on file and we'll go back. They went back on the 27th of April, on a Saturday. He hadn't spoken to the lady. He hadn't been seen by neighbours. They did a few inquiries. And so there was a concern, a heightened concern, which allows the officers the power to enter the flat by force. So officers decided to break into the flat. And they walk around the flat. It's very, very messy. It's very, very unhygienic as well. And there is one particular room on the right-hand side, essentially a cupboard. The officers see lots of stuff in front of it. They move it all out the way, open the door, and there's a chest freezer, a padlocked chest freezer. So the two officers there, one of them got the crowbar out of the van, broke open the lock, and lifted the lid of that freezer.
I was coming home from work on the train. I'm just flicking on my phone on Facebook, and come across a newspaper article. I just thought, oh, customer, something's happened. I wonder what's happened down there.
Then Aisha gets a call from their missing persons family liaison officer.
He's like, oh, are you free to go to Mills about 7 o'clock? Some police officers will be there to greet you both, and they need to speak to you. I said, okay. I said, is everything all right? He was like, I can't really say anything more than that. I just need you to get there if you can. I said, yeah, that's fine. And I said, oh, why are you on the phone? I goes, have you heard what's happened at customer? It ain't anything to do with that, is it? He said, I can't say. Well, as soon as he said that, you know straight away it's something to do with that. So straight away, I've called Mel, and I was like, are you all right? She's like, yeah. I said, I'm coming down. She went, why, what's happened? And I said, we're going to get police visiting us. So Mel's just literally burst out crying. I've tried to calm her down on the phone, and then I'm trying to get back as quickly as I can on the train and bus.
So the two police officers went to that flat. They broke into the flat, looking for somebody that might be unwell. Broke into that freezer when the officer saw what he believed to be a human foot. And then everything changed. Their training kicks in, and it's very, very simple instruction at that point. Get out and preserve the scene. And then they will seal that area up. And then radioing through to the control room, we believe we found a body in a freezer. What's called a homicide assessment team car is sent down to 50 Vendome Close to make their own assessment as experienced homicide detectives. And then the call would come back to me to say, yeah, we've got something here, and clearly it looks like a murder.
And then two police officers that we've never seen before, we don't know who they are, nothing to do with the missing persons investigation at all, quite high up. I was like, oh, must be important if they're like really big people.
It's very important to understand the scene yourself. When you talk about a scene to senior officers and other people that want to know what's happening. And so I went down to the scene inside the flat and looked around and just tried to get a general assessment myself. And it did look chaotic. Somebody who didn't really care much for hygiene, lots of things thrown and scattered around. There was quite a number of female items lying around. The odd handbag or purse or something else which had a female connotation to it.
They've told us that there's been a discovery at Vendome Close. Some of Jan's personal belongings had been found at the flat, including a black leather handbag with her medication. And the date of her medication was April 2018. That was the time that Jan had gone missing. We just broke down in tears. We're cuddling two strangers that we don't even know. Is this her? Maybe it's not. Maybe just someone nicked her bag. Maybe they don't know who these people are. They don't know nothing. All they've found is belongings. So let's not worry. Wiped your tears, spoke. So let's just not look too much into it for the minute.
Now, led by Senior Investigating Officer Simon Harding, the investigation into the murder is rapidly gathering pace.
We already knew that it was a lone male occupant. The foot looked female. I know it sounds sort of odd, but kind of feminine looking. So you could build on that intelligence to look at your missing persons database between the person that owns the flat to anybody in that database that's missing. But at that time, there wasn't. It was just a list of a number of females missing, but no link to the resident of that flat.
It's already clear this is going to be a very complex case.
The crime scene itself has the freezer inside it, and you don't just run in and take the freezer and then see what happens. You need to understand how it got in there, who brought it in there. At that time, all you could see was essentially 1 foot and big white towel that was on top. And everything was frozen. So a lot of examination would be done whilst that freezer is in situ. Fingerprints, DNA, obviously lots of photographs before moving that freezer out. So taking that freezer out was a very meticulous process, a very forensically aware process to make sure that no damage was caused, and obviously with as much dignity as you could afford the person in there. Once taken out, it goes off to a mortuary, and the particular mortuary it went to has the ability to X-ray that freezer to see what we are looking at.
Aisha and Mel realise there's a connection between Jan and the Canning Town flat.
Jan was staying with a friend across the road. She's never mentioned this flat. So let's go and see where this flat is. Let's go to where Jan was staying before she'd gone missing. So we popped in, and Zahid's name came up for the first time ever.
You're trying to understand who this person is who resides in the flat. And then we understand it's somebody called Zahid Yunus. So what do we know about Zahid Yunus at the time? Well, quite a lot. He was known to the police, and known to the police quite a lot through his life. He was a registered sex offender.
Aisha and Mel speak to the lady who Mary Jane lived with in the flat opposite.
She's like, oh yeah, I think she might have met him here at my flat one day, and they'd got talking. It's like, she's been missing for 1 year. Why did you never ever mention that while she was staying with you, she'd met this man? He's not your normal man.
A significant part of his character was violence. He was a trained boxer and would use that against his partners. And every single one of them suffered at some way the most extreme domestic abuse that you can see.
And this guy is a sex offender. He's a rapist. He's an abuser.
A number of his victims had broken ribs down the left-hand side because as a right-handed 6'4" big man who could box, he would punch his victims.
Hearing all of this, we're thinking, if he's done this to these girls, has he done that to Jan? But then we don't even know if it is Jan. We still don't know nothing still. So all these feelings, it's getting too much now. It's starting to get really hard. It's like we're hearing too much that we don't want to hear. Yeah, it was starting to get harder.
mortuary, the freezer is x-rayed. The image reveals a shocking surprise.
And then I had that phone call to say, boss, you won't believe this, but there's another body underneath. There is another body inside that freezer, now 2 people. You're now looking at somebody who is incredibly dangerous, somebody who is going towards a serial killer and needs to be found as quickly as possible. So that manhunt is now on for him. I had officers everywhere looking for him, and in particular, his brother's house, where we knew he had been a couple of days before, and so they were there waiting. Zahid Yunus was seen to come out of his brother's address and get into a waiting cab. Officers swooped on him very, very quickly. He wasn't compliant. He tried to fight. A violent man, 6'4", trained in boxing, but there was enough officers there to restrain him and arrest him on suspicion of a double murder. At that point, he said something to the officers, which was quite unusual. He said, "It's my house, it's my problem, no one else is involved."
Yunus is in custody, and he's not happy.
Zahid Yunus is brought into custody, and part of that process is to interview him. And one of the things that we did notice straight away about him was the officers interviewing, some were female. A female was essentially in charge of him at that point. He didn't like it. How dare you put a female in front of me?
Police believe they have their man in custody, but they've got a difficult situation on their hands.
When somebody is arrested, brought into custody, certainly in the case of murder, you don't want them walking out again. And so you need evidence to get a charge for murder. We hadn't even got to that stage within those couple of days where we could start the post-mortem on the 2 bodies. And that is what you need to then have a cause of death. It took many, many hours to explain the case and all the different circumstantial evidence we built up around the outside to get to that point where we could charge with something to keep him in custody, and that was preventing a lawful burial. It allowed us to remand him in custody, which would then give us more time to get to the point where we could identify how these people were killed, and is there any forensic link between Zahid Yunus and the 2 bodies.
With Yunus detained, the job of formally identifying the bodies in the freezer continues.
One of the biggest challenges was the 2 bodies inside the freezer. It was probably one of the most complex crime scenes you could have. The process of thawing those bodies out, not knowing who they were, took a long time. But eventually, over the course of many days, we had the ability then to start to separate and then begin to identify, firstly, who they were, and then also how they died. One of the things that helped us was Mary Jane had a significant tattoo on her body, which we were able to match up against a record of her being a missing person. The tattoo is not a form of identification. We have to go that little bit further. The family were already there with us. They were already down at the scene. They believed that that was Mary Jane before we identified her because of the circumstances. We, at that stage, were saying, look, I believe it is her, but we need to make it solid, factual. So DNA was taken from Mary Jane's family to match up against DNA of the body. And sadly, that was then enough to identify the top body on the freezer as Mary Jane Mustafa.
It's now been confirmed that it's Jan. I just burst out crying. But I'm thinking, I can't cry, like, I need to get Mel out. So I've gone in to see Mel, and she could see that I was crying. She was like, "Are you all right?" I was like, "Yeah, we need to go." And she went, "It's her, isn't it?" I was like, "No." She went, "I can read you." Or she goes, "I know your face." She goes, "It's her, isn't it?" I was like, "Yeah." She's flipped. It's like, "We need to just go. We need to go and tell Mum and the kids." I said to Mel, "You go and speak to Mum, you tell Mum, and I'm going to take the kids." So I took Jan's son and daughter into the bedroom. So she's telling her mum, and I've told the kids. Never get this out of my head, just seeing Jan's kids crying and just cuddling each other and trying to comfort each other. So I've just left them be. Jan's mum, she was just numb. And it's your daughter. Deep down, she probably knew it was her. But until it was confirmed, we was always in denial.
I went to see the family of Mary Jane Mustafa quite early on, only literally after we had the family liaison officer broken the news that we had confirmed that it was Mary Jane.
So Simon took over the case. Simon and his team have been our rock. They've been like family. They've been absolutely amazing. We couldn't have asked for anyone better.
Our investigation was helped quite a lot because of the amount of investigation the family had done already on themselves. Aisha presented me with 2 huge files of documents and information and photographs and everything else. They were incredible in what they did, going out day and night in that initial phase of missing persons.
Just after hearing about Mary Jane, we were told that the second body was Henriette Such, and there was just a complete lack of information on her. This was someone whose disappearance was never reported. Mary Jane had relatives out looking for her. Henriette had none of that. She didn't even appear to have that many friends in the UK.
Henriette's family lives in Hungary.
Well, we travelled to Hungary to see that family to unfortunately break the news that it was Henriette in the bottom of the freezer.
The only person that we've ever had contact with that's linked to Henriette is Sonia from the Welcome Centre.
We first met Henriette in around 2014. Usually the women that come are quite chaotic in terms of, you know, drug and alcohol and so forth. Henriette was a little bit different. She would come into the centre smiling. She was friendly with staff. She was friendly with other clients. She got on well with people.
She paints a beautiful picture of Henriette.
I'm looking at a picture that Henriette drew for me. She used to draw quite a lot. It's quite a treasured memory of Henriette.
She didn't have all of her documentation, so employment wasn't so easy for her. But one of her ambitions was to get her documentations, get herself together and go out to work. We were just beginning to start that process with her. So the last time we saw Henriette, she told us that she had found somewhere to live.
Everything was happening for her. The biggest problem was that she'd met Zahid Yunus, and he stopped all that from happening. He took her into his world, made her vulnerable again. It's sad because she was at that point where she was trying to do something else.
Simon is determined to build a case that the Crown Prosecution Service will allow to go to trial.
With Zahid Yunus in custody, and indeed before he was arrested, the case is already starting to be built. The 2 bodies of Henriette and Mary Jane, both of them had sustained significant injuries on the left-hand side of their body with their ribs. There was no forensic evidence to say that Zahid Yunus was the one that did that, but what you could say in Zahid Yunus's past, all of his victims sustained similar injury, all around the left-hand side. And also on the pressure on the neck and strangulation, albeit it couldn't be given as a cause of death. Somebody with great physical force had caused that on Mary Jane. And the searching inside the flat showed that items belonging to Mary Jane and Henriette Suits were inside. A fingerprint of Mary Jane was found on a cooker hood inside the kitchen. We could say that at the time that she was alive, she had touched a surface inside the flat. And then we look at the freezer itself. The box of the freezer was still lying inside the flat. We managed to identify where that freezer was purchased, and then that became suspicious because a false name was used, a false address was used. It was believed then that the reason that freezer was bought was to simply put Henriette Suits inside that freezer because he had killed her. These are things that we would put towards the Crown Prosecution Service to say this is all factual information we are finding out. Why would he do that? Look at his previous victims. And you build the case up around that.
Mary Jane's body had been identified, and then what followed for her family was months and months of not knowing whether this would go to trial as a murder trial. Then they would travel to these court appearances, really diligently turning up. It meant that there were months and months of waiting for Mary Jane's family, which just prolonged the pain.
Obviously, we were trying to plan for Jan's funeral as well. In between court cases, we were trying to do that.
It's a real honour to be invited to the funeral of Mary Jane. That doesn't often happen if you're a journalist. I'd formed that bond with Mary Jane's family.
Jan had such a beautiful funeral. She had horses, white doves, pink feathers. She loved pink.
So a hugely emotional moment, someone who was so massively loved, and a burial that was so befitting of someone that meant so much to so many people.
And yeah, it was beautiful. She had a really beautiful funeral. For Henriette, the police ended up taking her ashes back to Hungary for the family. That was a really beautiful thing for them to do.
It took from April, when the two girls were found, to February the following year in 2020 to get enough circumstantial evidence, enough intelligence around Zahid Yunus to charge him with murder. Zahid Yunus faced trial at Southwark Crown Court in London, and the family knew he went to trial without a cause of death, and that is very, very difficult. You've got to convince a jury that, without actually knowing how they died, that this person is responsible for their death. Henriette's family couldn't come over from Hungary. They weren't physically able to do that. And so they were represented by us, and Mary Jane's family were there for both girls.
A horrendous moment for them, but there was relief that this trial was happening, that it had got to this stage.
And they were there throughout the whole thing. Aisha was there, Mel was there, more family members, always supporting, there every single day for every.
During the trial, that's when we found out everything. Literally every detail was heard in court. That was really hard.
Very, very difficult to sit through a trial, especially when you're hearing things that you haven't necessarily heard before or you didn't want to hear before.
And then you've got Zahid coming in. You're seeing this man for the first time face to face. You're going to stare at him. You can't take your eyes off him. He just stared at the family constantly.
Zahid Yunus in a suit and a clean shirt, trying to say that I am a normal person. But it was within minutes that his personality came out, where he was rude to the female judge. Once again, sitting above him, challenging him with the authority, was a female. She put him straight back in his box again, but you could see straight away that his personality was there.
2 books were given to the jury, ourselves and Zahid. Injury books, images, photos, literally pages and pages of detailed injuries in them books. We saw that he'd broken the girls' ribs, he'd strangled them. And I'll never forget this. He would sit there with the books and he would look at them like it's a magazine, like it's just a newspaper, flicking the books, being disrespectful with the books, using it as a fan. He was holding these books like he was so proud of what he'd done.
He then gave an account. For the first time, we're actually going to hear what he's going to say against all this evidence. With Henriette, he said that he didn't really know her that well. She kind of stayed at his place, and that he came back one day and she was lying on a sofa and he realised that she was dead. He said he spoke to a friend and said, "What shall I do?" This friend said, "With your previous convictions, the police will think you've murdered her, so the best thing to do is buy a freezer and put her in it." And then 2 years later, the same person said that he needed to come round to another house where he saw the body of Mary Jane on the floor, and that he was blackmailed and told to put the body in the freezer with the other one. So he'd never met Mary Jane before. Well, we had the fingerprint of Mary Jane inside the flat. It was clear that all of what he was saying about not knowing them was completely untrue.
So hearing everything we heard, seeing Zahid's behaviour towards the judge, being disrespectful to her and being told off.
All the information we had, we thought was presented really well. Zahid Yunus came up with a really implausible story about the 2 girls.
We're really, really confident. So we're thinking, last couple of days, everything's done. Jury's gone out now.
But it's an agonising time because you want to do what is right for the family. There's no other way but a conviction.
Next day we've come back thinking, I'll probably be done today. No. Next day. No. Next day. Next day. It was like every single day we're sitting all day. Why is it taking so long? Obviously there's some people that have decided he's not guilty. And at one point, Simon said, "You know what? I don't think they're going to even get an outcome. We might have to do a retrial." I was like, "What, start again?" He went, "Yeah."
It took them 5 days to come back. Having the family there going, "Simon, why is it taking so long?" Perhaps they don't believe us.
So they've stood up, blah, blah, blah.
You've got to trust in the process. Sit there with your hands clenched when they're giving the verdict.
Do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty? And then, yeah, guilty.
All the blood releases from your knuckles when they say guilty.
Mel has shouted something out. Everyone's all excited and happy. He's been found guilty.
Zahid Yunus was convicted by a jury of the murder of Mary Jane Mustafa and Henriette Sukes, sentenced to life with a minimum term of 38 years. A significant sentence. The first time that he can even ask to come out is at that 38th year.
Went and had drinks with the police to celebrate the outcome.
When the trial finishes, you think, did we do enough for that family? And I was immensely proud of the hard work that the team did to get Zahid Yunus convicted of those murders, especially when you don't have a cause of death.
It was like a relief, like a big weight off our shoulders. But because it's been non-stop, 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 it's like, what do we do now? You don't want it to finish, because while it's all going on, you still feel like you're helping Jan, you're still supporting her.
There is no such thing, in my opinion, as closure around these sort of things. It's just another stage of grief. But the work continues with the family. They still, now, years later, are working to support other families who have suffered at the hands of murderers.
So since the girls have passed away, we've always wanted to keep their memory alive.
And you can't imagine, really, as a family, to go from that missing through to that murder, through to the conviction, to then take it into a positivity, a legacy after everything else has finished.
And my passion is now to help others, and that's what I will do going forward. I saw Henriette's poems, and it's sad. It's just like Jan. The girls, they're so similar. It's all happy at the beginning and all positive, and then as the years go, they deteriorate. Both the girls experience similar things, but Mel always says the girls went together, so they both went to heaven together, and I think that's a beautiful way of thinking. They were never alone.
Every 90 seconds, someone is reported missing. Many return to their families. For others, something has gone seriously wrong. The sudden disappearance of a mother leaves a family baffled.
It was difficult to hear, because she would have never left.
Carol stormed out of the house, jumped into her car and drove off.
Search warrants reveal answers.
Police discover marks in blood.
What happens in the police investigation that follows?
The police officer opens it and puts her hand in and feels something.
What happens to the family at its heart?
And inside, I'm dying inside, because I just want to know where my mum was at that point. Guilt, and oh, it was horrible, it was horrific.
When missing turns to murder.
When I was growing up from a little girl, my mum was really supportive, took me to my dance classes. When I was 2.5, 3 years old, I started tapping jazz.
Even from an early age, Lorraine had firm ambitions for her life.
My mum and dad sitting like Cheshire cats, because there's me dancing away, and I wanted to bottle that feeling up forever. When I was growing up from a little girl, my mum was really supportive. I feeling off being round her and her smell and her voice and feeling secure.
She was always eager to entertain her friends and family during the first steps of her career, especially Dad Sean, Brother Ross, and her mum, Carol.
She seemed proud of me back then and what I was achieving as a little dancer. happy in our life. We got on really well when I was growing up. Growing up, the atmosphere in the house was typical hustle and bustle. My dad at work, my mum working. My mum was a childminder.
People spoke quite warmly of how much their kids enjoyed going to the nursery, and she seemed to be quite a well-known figure in the area.
Me and Ross growing up were actually very, very close. So we used to play Barbies and Ken and play in the garden together and do everything together, family holidays. He was always there, like the big brother. We bickered like you would any relationship.
Lorraine is accepted on a dance training course, so the family all moved to Dunfermline so she can attend. But at home, there are some bumps in the road.
My mum dealt with depression all her life, through things that happened in her childhood, etc.
But Carol's depression is not the only issue that starts to put a strain on the family unit.
Ross's employment history was never a good area. He was sacked from every line of work that he was in. My mum always favoured Ross, and if there was an argument, she would side with him. But oh, he's a young boy, he's a teenager, let him live his life. But he wasn't living his life. But as he got older, he changed in the sense of he was a womanizer. It was the way he spoke to women, the way he treated them. He wasn't a nice person. Arguments were happening in the house all the time because I'm getting sacked, because of girls, because of the messaging. He had no aspiration to go anywhere in life. What were you actually going to do? No, get up and go. So it was just an absolute mess in the house. It wasn't a nice place to be. When my dad left when I was 19 and moved out and they had to legally separate because they were never married.
Carol continues to live with son Ross in the family home. It's just the two of them.
Once I'd moved out of the house, the relationship was pretty broken by that point anyway, so we were trying to make it work as best we could. And it was very difficult because any time I did organise to do some with Mum, Ross was always there. So it kind of drifted apart.
Lorraine focuses on the next chapter of her life. She meets Steve, and quickly they fall in love, marry, and by late 2014, they have their first baby together.
We are out shopping. It was Christmas Eve, just in town, with our new baby, kind of showing him off as you do, with the pram and stuff. And I looked at my phone and there was a missed call from Ross.
Lorraine has been somewhat distant from her mum and brother since leaving to start her new family. But she calls back.
He said, Mum's missing. That was it. It wasn't a hello, how are you? It was, Mum's missing. What's happened? He was like, she's missing. If you hear from her, let me know. I need to go. Bye. Boom. That was the conversation. My stomach's churning at this point.
Ross has told police that his mother had driven off in her car, leaving her phone behind.
She was reported missing by her son, Ross. There were a number of circumstances that caused concern around her disappearance.
Can I take a note of your surname, please?
It's Taggart, T-A-G-G-A-R-T.
First name?
Ross.
And what's your mum's name?
Carol.
C-A-R-O-L?
Yeah.
Taggart?
Yeah.
Right, so when she left the house, when did she last year?
About 1 o'clock on Monday morning.
It was certainly totally out of character for her to go missing.
Lorraine tells her dad, then meets police at home, who treat Carol's disappearance as a missing person.
They were just asking lots of questions. Do you know where she could have been? Has she got any friends? At this point, no, my mum didn't have any friends, but we're trying to rattle through anybody. Would she have walked out the house? I was like, no. Would she have left her phone in her bag? No.
She was somebody who was a law-abiding individual who didn't have an enemy in the world.
My mum would have never walked out her house. So the missing part was very, very strange to me. It was difficult to hear because she would have never left.
Police spend all day searching the local area, including the family caravan, some miles away.
They had a quick look at the caravan and it was immaculate. You know, there was nothing out of place or nothing that would cause them concern. But bearing in mind, you know, the huge majority of missing people turn up safe and well. There's no real red flags at that point.
We're having these conversations and we were trying to rattle through where she might have gone, and I was saying, obviously, our mum and dad's passed away, she'll maybe be up at the cemetery. She doesn't go out on her own.
Police pull all their resources to locate Carol.
It's all done in, you know, maps, and the areas are shaded off when they've been complete, and it has to be done in that method to ensure you're searching the area properly. Areas of foliage, trees, woods or whatever where somebody might be found, but it's very methodical.
Asking people to check their outbuildings or garden sheds, just a general missing persons inquiry.
Carol's son Ross helps police in their efforts.
Ross was outside trying to direct our search teams when we were searching the fields at the back. You know, like you see in the telly, searching through the undergrowth. And he just approached them and said, I think you should try up here, pointing to another area. I appointed family liaison officers who their sole purpose in the investigation was to liaise with the family and get as much information from them, which would assist us, but equally importantly, make the family aware of what we were doing to try and find Carol. There was information from Ross that they'd had an argument in the early hours in the morning and she'd disappeared.
Has there been any argument or?
That's the thing. We had an argument. She's been a bit depressive.
In the call, Ross says that the reason that Carol has run off is that maybe her state of mind isn't what it should be, that she's depressed. In his words, she's a bit depressive, that she's told the doctor the previous week, I don't want to be here anymore.
The police are told about Carol's history of depression and mental health issues.
My problem is, we had the doctor in last week and she even told the doctor that she was feeling so, well, she didn't want to be here anymore, was the words she used.
We deal with missing persons, we classify them red, amber or green, or indeed low, medium or high risk. But there's certainly enough for us to raise it up, if you like, and move Carol to a sort of high risk missing person, which then allows us to do a lot more intrusive investigation around sort of cell site analysis of the phone, look at her finances, see if we can evidence her using her bank account.
Finally, they find Carol's abandoned car in town, late on Christmas Eve.
Carol's car was found locally in a street which was of no real significance to the inquiry at the time. We took possession of that car, but what was significant to me was that her handbag and her keys were in the boot of the car.
At this point, the police start to think that something is seriously wrong, and there's more to this than just a missing persons case.
Our daughter Lorraine reported that she couldn't get her on her phone, and her phone was always by her side. She was never without her phone. Which raises that level of concern to a point where we would consider there's a possibility, at the very least, that harm has come to this lady.
Whilst most people are waking to start their festivities, for Lorraine and her family, It's more alarming news.
It was about 7 o'clock. Police knock. They said we found our car. I says, was our bag in the car? And it was, but it was in the boot. And my mum would get in the car and it was always a black leather and it went over here and she would take the bag off and she would put it down like on the passenger side. It was always there. So she could get her medication or anything she needed. I says, why was our bag in the boot? I'm like, I don't know. I says, our bag was never in the boot. Because I was so adamant on these things, it triggered something in the police, but it was very, very odd. It was just sad because I wanted to enjoy my little boy's first Christmas. And like all the family came round because obviously he's the first grandchild and stuff. And Stephen was trying to be happy and inside I'm dying inside because I just want to know where my mum was at that point. Guilt and it was horrible, it was horrific.
Lorraine is desperate for answers, and her mum. Attention shifts to her half-brother.
I knew something was wrong. Why is she missing? And I knew Ross had something to do with it because the stories didn't tie in with what he was saying to the police, what the police were saying to me.
Ross Taggart might have appeared to the public to be the concerned son with the Facebook posts that he was doing and sharing the appeals.
Highlighting the fact that his mum had gone missing, and it was almost like an appeal for witnesses for anybody who may know of her whereabouts.
Ross visits the police station to press them on any developments with their search.
But to his family, this behaviour seemed very strange. You know, if he was sending messages or whatever, he was replying with like one-word answers. So he was being very, very cagey, and this was something that certainly caught the attention of his family.
With heightened feelings amongst the family members, Keith Hardy can't jump to fast conclusions.
I direct the lines of inquiry, and it's imperative that you keep an open mind throughout that.
The police here wouldn't say there's more to this than meets the eye. There was none of that.
Police are making sure their investigation clarifies everyone's stories to find out exactly what has happened.
He told us that after a fairly aggressive argument between the two of them, his position was that Carol stormed out of the house, jumped into her car and drove off.
The investigation starts to build a picture of the timeline of events.
He left it a few days before he reported his mother missing, and once we started looking into it, we realised it was pretty much his hand was forced, and he was forced to report her missing by a family friend.
A nursery employee turns up to the nursery that Carol runs at her house, and she notices that Carol's car's missing, which in itself is very unusual. So she asks Ross, you know, where's your mum? And he says, well, we've had an argument. I think she's gone to spend Christmas at the caravan park. So the employee goes away to the caravan park, looks for Carol, she's not there. And the next day she goes back and says to Ross, you know, I can't see her, she isn't there. And almost forces the phone onto Ross to make this 101 call to the police.
Right, so when she left the house, when did she last see her?
About 1 o'clock on Monday morning.
It's becoming increasingly clear that something isn't quite right. Detectives start to ask some tough questions.
The police said to me, Stephen, my dad, and anybody else I'd interviewed, could Ross hurt your mum? Then everybody said yes. And I says, yes, he's hurt me.
We learnt a lot from Lorraine about an assault when Ross assaulted Lorraine some time ago.
He was arguing with me. He was arguing about my dad leaving, and he hit me. I was like, what are you doing? And by this, he was shouting at me, and my mum obviously got up. And she came through, and she just stood and said, what are you arguing about? And he was like, her. And then just started hitting me. And my mum just stood. She stood and watched. She didn't stop him. She didn't say anything, and he kept doing it to my ribs and my back, and I was trying to protect myself in a ball, and I was shouting, Mum. All I could, Mum, and she didn't do anything. She didn't.
There was real suspicions about the relationship Carol and Ross had, but nothing concrete. We learnt a lot from Lorraine around how Carol was so almost besotted with Ross, never ruled out the possibility of him causing her harm. But I think they were pretty much convinced that Ross knew a lot more about their mum's disappearance than he was telling us as an investigating team.
Police ramp up efforts to investigate Ross. A week after reporting Carol missing, his movements attract.
He got a train to Edinburgh, and he went into a pawnbroker's in Edinburgh and attempted to pawn Carol's jewellery. Which was unsuccessful because they needed proof of ownership before they would pay for quite an expensive ring. It was a circumstantial case we were trying to build here, and the circumstances of him pawning his mum's jewellery, you could infer from that he knew his mum wasn't coming back.
The investigation team also look into Ross's online activity.
What we did do through his social media is we found out he'd been on a website called Plenty of Fish, and he'd met a girl on that website round about Christmas time.
What detectives also discover is that the car Ross said his mother sped off in was found outside the house of the girl he met on that dating website.
We traced her, interviewed her, and she gave a full statement to say that Ross had visited her that night. The circumstantial evidence, the car was the main one, you know, his actions. So it was very much what we'd gathered. We put that to sheriff.
In the first days of the new year, with the evidence against Ross mounting, a search warrant is rubber-stamped. Police can search the family home unhindered.
When the police searched Carol's house on the 7th of January, it's obvious that there's been some sort of clean-up operation carried out. But because the police are incredibly thorough in these cases,
They rolled up the carpet in the living room, and that's when they found a pool of blood, like a stain, a blood stain.
You could probably go into anybody's house and find the owner's blood in there, particularly, you know, the bathroom, if you like.
this is a stain where a considerable amount of blood has seeped through from the carpet above and ended up on the back of the carpet.
Ross explained that away, saying his mum had a nosebleed, and she was it was quite common that she would have nosebleeds, and that was confirmed by the family.
A forensics team analyses what is found.
It turns out that it's Carol Taggart's blood, but this isn't the kind of stain that if you had a nosebleed, it would pop through the carpet and show.
By this time, in my mind, we were dealing with a homicide.
And yeah. So
For police, foul play is now a real possibility. Getting another search warrant from the sheriff, police return to the family caravan, except this time, it's a fingertip search.
Within half an hour of the search starting, I got a phone call again from the crime scene manager saying that there were blood smear marks at a low level. To me, that was absolutely crucial, massively significant for the investigation, but also a huge piece of evidence that there'd been a clean-up there to prevent us identifying a crime potentially, but also very, very strong suggestion that Carol had been bleeding badly.
The blood is confirmed as hers. But where exactly is Carol Taggart?
All the caravans in Petticoat Bay are on a slope, and underneath each one is an alcove, and you can open it there's no locks on them. The man in charge of the investigation, Keith Harvey, thinks that if you were going to try and hide a body, this might be a good place to do it. And so he orders a search of all the alcoves of the caravans. And the first vacant caravan that's searched, the alcove underneath it, the police officer opens it and puts her hand in. Sadly, it becomes apparent that what she's found is a body.
Police now have to notify Lorraine and her family.
He said, we've found a body and we think it's your mum. And obviously the whole time you're thinking, I know she's dead, but to hear it in your face. And my dad's like, okay, so what's gonna happen now? He says, well, can you identify her?
Officers drive Lorraine and her father Sean to the mortuary.
So you're gonna go through and she's behind a glass. And unfortunately, you can only identify her by her tattoo. She had this lilac rose, because that's mine and her favourite colour, on her wrist. Obviously, I had asked, why can I only identify that? Because she's too far gone and her face has been attacked. My dad's looking at me like, you need to say that, like, yes or no. And I couldn't get it, like it was stuck and she was there. And I said yes, and then my dad just lifted me and put me out of the room.
The case against Ross is building daily. Police need to understand his relationship with his family and his mum.
There was a really, really tight connection between Carol and Ross, to the detriment of other members of the family. And a feeling that Ross was controlling Carol and also controlling her finances.
He was starting to be a little bit controlling of my mum, what she was doing, when she was doing it. My mum was on a lot of medication. She had a lot of health issues, kind of brought on by herself, to be honest. She dealt with migraines a lot, and it was really, really bad. So she was on pethidine for that. But I noticed that Ross had been giving her more, and I said, why are you giving her more? Because mum wants more. But that's not what she's allowed. Lorraine, just shut up.
The relationship that he had with his mother seemed to be a combination of rows and arguments, mostly over money. Ross was described as a sponger by his mum at one point in a text message. One of the things that he claimed was held over his head was the family will, threatening to cut him out of the will.
When my mum and dad separated when I was 19, because of Ross, because of the arguments, because my mum always sided with him, my dad felt he couldn't step in. And at that point, my mum kept saying to him, no, know your place. I'm his mum, he's mine. And my dad got told that very often. And obviously that's going to break a relationship. It's like he had set it up. He got rid of my dad, my mum, and he had her right where he wanted her. Ross was always round my mum. She was paying for everything. He got everything he wanted out of her. It was odd. They would go to cinema dates, holidays together, dinner together. you name it, shopping days together.
And one of those lavish trips abroad was to America.
It was his 30th. My mum had taken him to New York. Stephen showed me the post. It was like a bragging, like, ha ha ha, I've got it all myself. And obviously I'm going to take it more personal, being the little sister. And it was, I think, watches and trainers and everything he could get. And it's so frustrating for me because is that all you see out a relationship? Whereas I wanted that relationship with my mum of an emotional relationship. For a mum to be proud of their daughter, and here's him on social media like, haha, look what I've got, we've done this together, we've done that. They pictures are the last that I saw on social media of my mum.
Police gather all the video evidence they can to reveal Ross's movements around the time of Carol's disappearance, starting at the caravan site.
There was a CCTV sighting of a male fitting Ross's description in the early hours around 4 o'clock in the morning. I think the best way to put it would be acting suspiciously in the area, but also carrying a hold-all. The question would be what was in the hold-all. You know, was that him going up to clean the caravan or whatever?
Ross Taggart's behaviour following his mother's disappearance is a combination of arrogance, breathtaking recklessness, and to the point of stupidity. He started to use his mother's credit cards. He went to see the Hunger Games in the cinema and he used her card to pay for it. He was withdrawing money from her account. He was going to nightclubs. So he was kind of living the high life over the Christmas period. He certainly wasn't sitting in his house waiting for the phone to ring, which is probably what most people would do.
Carol's body might also hold vital clues to help the investigation.
It's down to the forensic people to remove it, doing their best to preserve all the forensic evidence or forensic opportunities that might be on the body itself. But it was wrapped in a duvet cover and then tied up with a twine, a strung type twine.
The twine rope that's used was found in the caravan, the actual roll that is used to tie her. She was wrapped up a few times.
The duvet cover matched pillowcases recovered in the house. So we're really, really getting there now.
So all interlinked that, you know, we took her from and took her to.
With the twine and bedding used to wrap up Carol having come from her own house, then found with her body at the caravan site, there is a clear connection. Police have got everything they need to arrest Ross Taggart.
We detained him for an assault which led to the death of Carol Taggart and explained to him it might well be a murder investigation. I didn't want him to abscond. I wanted him in custody, and I was confident that the result of the post-mortem would be that there was a criminal act committed on Carol.
Detectives waste no time in questioning Ross again.
He had no idea how the car got there. He couldn't explain how it was found next to an address which he had clearly visited. He continued his denial. He talked about pawning his mother's jewellery, but that she'd pawned jewellery in the past. He didn't give us anything to work with, if you like. The majority of the interview was a what we'd call a no-comment interview, where he's entitled to, under Scots law, to make no comment, so you're innocent until proven guilty.
When Ross Taggart was arrested, it would have been a shock to the community to find out that his son had been accused of murdering his mother.
The questions in my head, like, why? Why would you want to kill mum? Like, she's mum. Like, why would you want to do that?
Very quickly after the arrest of Ross, the post-mortem was carried out, and the result of the post-mortem that Carol had died as a result of strangulation.
Outside of the forensic evidence, most of what the police have is circumstantial. And Ross continues to be uncooperative.
It's the individual's right they have the right to remain silent. The solicitor would want to see the weight of evidence against their client, if you like. When a trial starts and when it goes to a jury, you can never predict to any degree of certainty what a jury is going to return as a verdict.
The family organised the funeral of Mum Carol. But Ross, even though in custody at Perth Prison, continues to cause pain.
A week before it, Ross had said he was coming to the funeral. I says, over my dead body is he coming to the funeral? It's not happening. And at this point, you're innocent until proven guilty, which is correct. And they were arguing about it over me, and I says, well, if he goes to a funeral, none of us are going. Nobody else will be there. He can go himself. Then eventually I won the case and he wasn't allowed to go. And everybody got to pay their respects, and then she got cremated. There was lots of people. I remember loads of people being there, like it was quite full, which was nice. Whatever happens or happened in our relationship, she's still my mum. She's the only mum I'm going to get, and I will love her and forever. She's a pain in the bum, but she's my pain in the bum. I've got to deal with him having taken my mum. I've got a trial to go through. And it was just really overwhelming.
Almost a year after the murder, Ross Taggart finally faces a jury. The trial's at the High Court in Edinburgh. The courtroom that Ross Taggart's murder trial was held in was actually quite small, and the press seats are right behind the dock. And if it wasn't for the perspex barrier, you could literally reach out and tap the accused on the shoulder.
So we went in, and there he was. He was wearing this white polo shirt, and I could only see the back of him. And he'd got really fat. It's like he was a stranger. It's like I didn't know him. He was odd. It was really cold feeling. It was awful.
Lorraine was one of the first people to give evidence during the trial, and she describes Ross as her mother's blue-eyed boy. One thing she says that's quite significant as well is that Carol would never have stormed out of her own house. She had arguments with Carol in the past, and it was Lorraine that had to leave. Very, very difficult for someone to give evidence against their brother in a trial where he's accused of killing their mother.
My job as prosecutor is to bring out the evidence in relation to the crime.
First, the prosecution wants to convey to the jury Ross's criminal tendencies.
The accused led a bit of an odd existence. He had short-lived periods of employment, some of which ended as a result of dishonesty or even idleness on his part. He was not a good attender at work, and there certainly were suggestions that he had stolen fairly high-value property from at least one employer.
Throughout the trial, Ross Taggart seemed disinterested, it was almost like he was watching a TV programme a lot of the time.
CCTV and the testimony of witnesses also forms part of the mounting evidence.
His attempt to sell an expensive piece of jewellery, which must have been removed from the woman's finger, almost certainly after death. His explanation for that was that he simply took it to be valued and had no intention of selling it. And that was quite contrary to the evidence of the jeweller, who very clearly remembered being offered it for sale. We know that on Christmas Eve at night, he was out socialising. We know that from credit card bills and CCTV footage. He appeared not to have a care in the world and was certainly enjoying himself at his mother's expense because it was her credit card he was using. The accused chose to give evidence, and in evidence he maintained that he had nothing at all to do with his mother's death.
But despite Ross's denial in court, Prosecutor Ian McSporran has a wealth of hard evidence, starting with Carol's blood found at home and in the caravan.
It was obvious that this was an important finding, and it indicated that she had not left that house alive and well, but that something producing significant bleeding had happened to her in her own home. But focusing now on the caravan itself, police discover marks in blood strongly suggestive of the body having been dragged along the floor within the caravan.
Your body only clots when you're dead. And her body was still producing blood, so she wasn't dead when he took her out the caravan and dragged her up, so she was still bleeding out. And then he's got on top of her as she's moved and blunt force strangled her to death and broke her neck, and that's what finally killed her.
That, plus many other pieces of evidence, of course, including the recovery of the poor woman's body bound in materials which could be linked by a number of means to him, meant that there was really no defence for him here.
But there are more details about the investigation that can only now come out in court.
The other piece of information that they discover that they don't make public is that in the car's sat-nav, there's an address that's been entered, and it's address in King Street. And it turns out that this is a woman that Ross Taggart arranged to meet on the 22nd of December, the day after he killed Carol. He has been in an exchange on a dating site, and she sent him her address. Ross Taggart has put this address into the sat-nav on his mum's car and driven there.
But Ross, in his statement, had told police that on the night of his mother's disappearance, she had sped off in that very car.
That evidence was huge in the trial because of he had said that he hadn't driven the car.
A witness is called, and it's a young woman, and she's quite nervous. This woman's evidence comes as a bit of a surprise to the trial.
It was observed that there was greenery at the front bumper, suggesting it had been driven off-road. And more importantly, the driver's seat had been set in a position which would suggest a tall person, over 6 foot, as was Ross Taggart, and not the small, petite person his mother was. My view as a prosecutor was that it was as close to a smoking gun as any.
Ross Taggart's response when he was being questioned, he didn't give any explanations. He just said, I can't explain that. I don't know why that happened. He was asked about the sat-nav address. I don't know. Why did you do that? I don't know.
He wasn't unpleasant. He wasn't aggressive. By presenting this, I'm a nice guy, I would never have harmed my mother. He seemed to think he was doing a good job when nothing he was saying made any sense and nothing came across as being remotely credible. He said something like, I'm the last person who would lift my hands to my mother, which always struck me as being somewhat prophetic, because he was in fact the last person who lifted his hands to his mother. And in due course, the jury made up their minds.
The jury went out to deliberate, and I think it was 47 minutes, which felt like a lifetime, but it's probably, they said, one of the shortest ever deliberations they've had.
The jury returns to court.
The clerk of court asks, what is your verdict in respect of the accused Ross Taggart in charge 1, the charge of murder? And in this case, the spokesperson replied, guilty. And then they're asked, is that verdict unanimous or by a majority? And in this case, it was unanimous.
He just looked impassive. And I think at that point, Ross Taggart realised that the game was up.
He didn't react whatsoever. Didn't put his head down, didn't, like, just look straight in front, nothing.
Carol and her family are there for the sentencing.
In the courtroom, there was just that stillness because you're not allowed to talk or things.
The judge hands out a life sentence and orders Ross Taggart to serve a minimum of 18 years.
It was good that he was found guilty because he could have walked out. He could have walked past us and not be found guilty. I'm so thankful that people that were good at their job, Mr. McSporn and stuff, and the jury seeing through his lies.
I had no doubt at all that the jury would convict this accused.
Thankfully, myself and my team, we were able to bring him to justice and show what a despicable person he was. The fact that he could beat his sister in front of his mother, and also that his mother never intervened. Carol was perhaps blinkered to Ross and couldn't see anything that he would do was anything other than proper, you know, and certainly the blue-eyed boy.
I've covered a lot of murder cases, and in many of these cases, the murderer and the victim are known to each other. But for the murderer and the victim to be son and mother is very unusual, and I'd certainly never seen a case like it in my life.
For Lorraine and her family, Ross's conviction isn't the end of their turmoil.
I hadn't even thought about the house, the estate, the will. We started turning the wheels, getting everything in motion, and spoke to my lawyer and found out that he was the executor of the will.
It's a particularly cruel twist at the end of this case to find out that Ross Taggart is still pulling the strings in some regard from his prison cell.
There's a law which applies both in England and Wales and in Scotland called the Forfeiture Act from 1982, and that embodies a rule of public policy which says that a person should not benefit from their criminal activities. And it means then that in Scotland, if an individual kills somebody else, they can't benefit as a beneficiary. But there are no such equivalent laws in relation to preventing an executor from holding office where they have killed another person. So there's no statutory prevention to prevent an individual being appointed as an executor in these circumstances.
Even retrieving a few precious personal items from her mother's home has to be done under supervision by Ross's lawyers.
I didn't get a lot of time in it. Things were ruined. I've got some photographs and things. I was more disheartened that my mum's palace that she loved was destroyed, and obviously I walked in and the carpet was rolled up. It looks like a water stain, but I knew what that was, and they had broken our blinds, and obviously the police had been in and it hadn't been fixed from that point doing their job, so everything was everywhere and it just looked sad. I'm going to keep going until I get the law changed, and hopefully someone hears me. We've tried everything. It was going to cost us 50 grand to go to start a trial to try and get them removed. We couldn't afford that. I don't have that kind of money. It's so long ago. It's over 100 years ago. It needs to be changed. If my mum was alive nowadays, I think we could have mended something, but we never got that chance. He took that away. I have our grandchildren. She could have saw me being a mum. I mean, she wasn't old. She still had her full life ahead of her. But she never got that opportunity. I never got that opportunity.
Every 90 seconds, someone is reported missing. Many return to their families. For others, something has gone seriously wrong. A young boy has vanished from outside his home.
And Mark wasn't there, and the cameras couldn't see him anywhere.
Triggering a frantic police search.
The helicopter was flying fairly low to use their thermal imaging camera.
And there was no sightings. And that's the issue. Where is he?
What happens in the police investigation that follows?
And as I pulled out the bin kind of swiveled round, and Alan said, "Oh my God, what is that?"
What happens to the family at its heart?
And that was hard to understand why somebody would want to do that.
When missing turns to murder. Margaret gives birth to her third son, Mark, on the 2nd of January 1996. They and their extended family all live and grow up together in a tower block on the Royston Hill estate in Glasgow.
Being Mark's mum was amazing. It was just a blessing that I could see my mum bonding more with all the kids, and then Mark bonded really well with my mum. The three boys all living in the one house, being overcrowded. Mark had that brightness about him, even though we were overcrowded. It was brilliant, but I was trying to find my own place. I'd been at my mum's for close to a year when I got the house up the stair, and then we went on to a new adventure with Mark.
Very boisterous, you know, the youngest of three boys. Character, definitely a character. We were very close. Kids were in and out each other's houses.
It's always a smile on his face, always up for doing everything and anything and playing with his brothers.
Mark liked to be adventurous, so he would always find new things to do. They used to call us the Three Musketeers because we were always up to something. We always wanted to help the neighbours. We would go to shops for them. We used to hide under boxes and hide and chase people and creep up on them and use our environment. We stayed in a high flat. We were 17 up, which was great. We loved the view. My mum and my gran used to point out the window and tell us what this is and where that is, and like just knowing your area and stuff like that.
He wanted to be either a fireman or a policeman or an ambulance.
He always wanted to just help people.
The whole area has benefited from regeneration in the 1990s.
You did feel safe and everything like that there, obviously, knowing that everybody was watching your kids, and the concierge were there with the cameras round about and things like that. It was like different cultures up in Royston. It was the refugees had moved over. It was brilliant. It was more fun because then you know that growing up your kids would be learning about different religions, different cultures.
As we got older and we started to get to know more people, that got easier for my mum to let us out and venture out. A neighbour moved in and Mark got friendly with him.
The family has a young son, Alex. He's around Mark's age, and they become friends.
They would go, they were thick as thieves, you could say. They're always in each other's houses. Anytime there's Mark, he's in Alex, he's playing a computer. Or he's with Alex, they're in the landing, they're playing football in the landing. You obviously can't keep us cooked up forever. We need to go out and venture out and learn about life.
One condition of this freedom is the three brothers must always return home for their meals at a set time.
I allowed them to go out for a wee bit, and the three of them went out to play. I called David up just so I could make them sandwiches because I was going to let them take them outside to eat. David came up to help me. When he came up, I hadn't into the kitchen because I had the washing on. So I went back out to the veranda to look down and I couldn't see Mark out the front bit. So I had asked David to run down to Alex's house to see if he was there. He wasn't there. I asked him to go down just in case he went over to my sister's.
I remember David coming to my door. He'd been kind of out looking for him. At the time, you just think, kids, you know what he's like. I remember saying this to Margaret Auntie, they've went with his friend. With Mark having that kind of wee, mischievous nature, he's probably went down to the shops or, knowing Mark, somebody's probably said, oh, there's a disco on. And he'd probably have been like, oh, aye, let's go.
I was hunting for him. I went down to the concierge and the concierge were looking through the cameras and they were phoning up other people that Mark might have went to in the other flats to see if he'd been there. The more that they were doing the phone calls and checking and Mark wasn't there and the cameras couldn't see him anywhere.
She was very upset, just really dead worried. Right away, time's passing. Although be a very short time, I think for any one of us, it felt like a long time that he'd been missing, but you're talking most probably 45 minutes to an hour from Mark went missing. She was going over everything in her head, like, where can he be? I've contacted the police, and just very anxious, very, very anxious, as a mother would be.
The nearest police unit to Charles Street is dispatched. On duty that evening, Sergeant Gary Scott.
I received a call from my control room to the effect that there was a missing person. You're really hoping that whoever's missing returns home by the time you actually get to the location, and you hope that all is well and normal service could be resumed. That's what you were hoping for.
While family and friends are searching the block and surrounding area, Mum Margaret waits for the police to arrive.
I got the impression right away from Margaret that this was totally out of character for young Mark. When Margaret shouted on Mark to come in, she didn't have to shout twice. Mark would have been up these stairs. That's she kind of ruled the roost like that. So this was very much out of character for young Mark to be missing. And that was probably the first point where I thought, this is strange.
More officers are drafted in to help find Mark.
Gary realised something was amiss. He contacted me and asked me to attend. We started making inquiries, looked at CCTV in the concierge's office. They'd covered all the flats and there was cameras outside every flat. I said, we need to look at all the cameras, just make sure where this wee fella's gone. Asked for another car to join us.
I remember getting told to come home and ushered home. Then police coming in and out. And then asked questions like, do you know any friends' houses it could be? Or who he was talking to today? Or do you know anybody that would hurt him? And being younger, you're obviously like, no, why would anybody do that?
Eight-year-old Mark Cummings has vanished without a trace.
As soon as there's a report of a missing child, that is a high risk. And because there's all sorts of concerns, a child is an innocent person, a person that's vulnerable, and that is treated, you know, very quickly as a high-risk missing person.
The helicopter was flying fairly low to use their thermal imaging camera. I'd requested a dog, and there was a dog unit on the way.
It needed all the resources that were there, and they were making inquiries, local inquiries, and then expanding out, and there was no sightings. Where is he?
I was only 11. We were still thinking it's just a game, and we're still being our usual chirpy selves at the time. And your friends are there, and you're just looking for him.
The father of the three boys, who live separately, heads straight over in his car to help in the search for his son.
We drove about in the car because my dad didn't come from there, so he didn't know where he was going, and we knew the geography of the area. We knew where we were going, what we were doing, so took him out. Seeing police everywhere and looking up, and there's helicopters. You just can't accept that you're involved in this.
I had a full description of